I see that the recording light is on. Staff, are we ready to proceed?
Andrew, are you on?
Yep, you should be live on YouTube now.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
At your leisure, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome everyone to the April 14th, 2021 BAR Large virtual meeting. My name is John Robinson, and I'm the chairman of the BAR Large for the City of Charleston. The other board members present this afternoon are Jay White, Ludo Subchuk, Leon Scott, James Metters, and Eddie Fava, who is serving as an alternate on the 295 Calhoun Street project. City staff present are Tori Parrish, Lawrence Courtney, and Linda Bennett. The order of the meeting will be as follows. There will be an introduction and overview of the project by city staff to the board and for the public. There will then be an application presentation with a 10-minute time limit or as determined by the chair, and any questions of the applicant by the board or staff. Any and all presenters should clearly state their name for the record. Persons affiliated with the project, owners, developers, designers, consultants, etc., should speak during this portion rather than during the public comment period. The application presentation shall be followed by a public comment period, which has a 10-minute time limit or the equivalent to the applicant presentation as determined by the chair. The applicant does not respond to comments made during public comment. Please clearly state your name for the record if you are making a public comment. The public comment period will be followed by city staff comments and recommendation. City staff comments and recommendation will be followed by an applicant response or clarification to both the public comment and city staff comments and recommendations. A 5-minute rule applies on those remarks, capping those remarks. The applicant will then take a seat and then will only speak if called upon by board members. There will then be board discussion and a vote. The applicant presentation and public comment is closed at this point. The applicant may clarify inaccurate information when recognized by the chair by raising a hand or waiting to be called upon, but otherwise may only speak if asked a question by a board member. I note before we begin our proceedings this evening that no items have been withdrawn or deferred as of the present time. This is a reminder to anyone present able to be heard on this call to please turn off all cell phones and other devices. Please limit your comments to architecture only. Comments related to zoning, such as parking, traffic, lot coverage, and livability concerns, are not the purview of this board and therefore cannot be voiced here. Mrs. Parrish, what is the first item on our agenda for this evening?
Thanks, John. The first item is 30 Race Street. This is the request for the approval of a mock-up.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you. I am going to go through the additional protocols that Mr. Courtney had on our slideshow. Despite promising that I wouldn't jump the gun, I did exactly that. Some of these matters may seem a little redundant, but we'd ask the public and the applicants to listen carefully to the following additional instructions. Staff control the PowerPoint presentation, and that includes everything that is submitted by the applicant by the deadline in accordance with our staff requirements. The applicants simply need to ask the staff to advance to the next slide during their presentation, and staff will accommodate that. Applicants, staff, and board members are required to give their name whenever speaking. Video and microphone has been disabled for all attendees. Attendees, not board members or staff, will only be given the opportunity to speak when they are called on during the public comment period. The chat and question and answer functions have been disabled for everyone. Regarding the public comment period, the applicants, meaning all team members and the public, have been required to register, indicate the project that they wish to comment upon, and submit any documents in advance of this meeting. Just as an in-person meeting, all applications heard today are part of a public meeting format. If you've registered for the public comment portion of the meeting, you need to state your name and address for the record. Those members of the public who have registered will be called upon in order by project. For tonight's purposes, since we have extensive comments, those persons attending live virtually will be afforded the opportunity to comment prior to us reading written remarks into the record. Members of the public are encouraged to remain in the meeting for the completion of the item that they have commented upon. Staff will call on the registered members of the public to speak for each project. Unregistered members of the public who wish to speak will not be called upon. The reminders for the board. Board members will be polled by the chair for comments and for their vote on a motion. Each member, when voting, should say yay in favor or nay not in favor. The chairman shall reread the motion verbatim, and the board member making the motion can clarify for the chairman if he has not reread the motion accurately. If a board member needs to be recused, he or she will temporarily be removed from the meeting and then placed back in the virtual meeting at the next agenda item. If the board needs to go into executive session, they will call into a separate conference line, and all video and audio on this channel will be temporarily turned off until we are ready to resume the regular meeting. Staff will be issued meeting results, including staff comments and a board motion to the applicant following the meeting. Results will be published on the city website, which is at www.charleston-sc.gov/BAR. For additional information, you may contact BAR staff at BAR@charleston-sc.gov. You may also visit www.charleston-sc.gov/BAR if you are experiencing a technical difficulty during this meeting. This is a reminder to everyone that these proceedings are being recorded. And with that stated, we will now take up new business. Mrs. Parrish, what is agenda item number 1?
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Agenda item number 1 is 30 Ray Street. This is the request for the approval of a mock-up panel. I'm going to bring Eddie Bello into the meeting.
And Tori, I need to recuse for this one. So,
Great, you're making things complicated. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to remove you. So we'll see you soon.
All right.
Okay, can anybody hear me? I don't know. I can't see myself or anything. I'm out here in a vacuum.
We can hear you, Mr. Bello.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. For the record, I would like to be strongly in favor of going back to in-person meetings as a vote. So just throwing that out there. So hi, everyone. I don't know that I need to present. Are y'all going to go through this first, Tori?
Eddie, yes, I'm usually, this is what Linda normally does. Can you see our screens? Or
I can.
can?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I'll go through the contact slides.
Okay.
If you'll remember from, I think about a month ago, we reviewed this mock-up, and as far as the contact slides go, this is the Greek Orthodox Church on Ray Street. You can see the site from that. This is the elevation from Ray Street of the original church, which was constructed in 1951. Thank you, Dinos. The previous motion was the denial of the mock-up panel as presented for 30 Ray Street, incorporating staff and board comments. That was on February 24th.
Okay.
We'll have the applicant present.
Okay. Well, again, I'm Eddie Bello with Bello Garris Architects, and I don't really have a presentation prepared. I will say that we did not have a very good review last time. It wasn't entirely unexpected, but it was definitely taken to heart by our general contractor, who's also on the line, Robert Horner. And the sample was almost completely torn down and rebuilt. And I believe that we have addressed the majority, if not all of the comments. There are still some minor things here and there, but we hope that the board was able to see the panel and agrees with us that it's ready to be approved. So I can take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. If that completes the applicant presentation, Mrs. Parrish will move to public comment.
We have no public comment on this agenda item.
Thank you. We will therefore move to city staff comments and recommendations.
Thank you. Staff comments. Number 1, this mock-up was initially denied by the board and directed to be rebuilt. 2, as noted previously, staff believes the color palette is too similar to the historic church and that a simple adjustment of the mortar color would make a difference. Staff suggests a slightly darker color mortar to accomplish this and to better match what is shown in the renderings. And I would like to add that this is something that the applicant will speak to and can address for you for the board. Number 3, while the kicked out drip has been eliminated at other copings and canopy edges, it is still present at the pre-function area outdoor roof edge and should be simplified to a simple vertical hemmed edge held just off or below what is behind it to create a clean and tight drip. Number 4, staff finds that the materials are consistent with what the applicant has previously presented to and were initially approved by the board. And number 5, per site visit.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Having had city staff comment and recommendations, it is now the opportunity for the applicant to respond to city staff comments and recommendations.
Well, sure. Well, I think we agree with all of those, except I did, as Tori said, I would like to respond to the mortar color. I guess a couple of things. One, not every board member present today was around during the review of this project, but if you recall the design, it's strikingly different from the existing building. The building was built in the 50s. It's a church building. It's more of a 1930s design with that brick, but it's a very ornate relative to that time period. It's clearly a distinctively traditional building. Our proposed design is not. It's very modern. It's very simple in its forms. It doesn't have a lot of decoration. So I just would respectfully disagree that the mortar color would be too close of a, would have too close of a relationship to the existing building, somehow tie them in too much. I think that might be the case. I could kind of agree with that argument if we had a more traditionally designed building or one that was much more trying to match the existing church building. But the intent was always that we create a truly distinctive design that complements the existing church building. And so I think we've done that. Another thing I would like to add is that the mortar color wasn't just something we just came up with. We went through several on-site small brick mock-ups with the church committee, and there was a lot of discussion about the brick, the mortar, back and forth. And this is one, the brick and the mortar combination that we have now is something that we all agreed was by far the one we all wanted. Not just the architects, we're always biased, but really the church, our client, church committee was very unified. And so I would just ask, again, I just respectfully disagree that it's too close. I would just respectfully ask that we keep the mortar because we think it looks great and it works well with the new design in relationship to the existing church. So that's all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bella, for that response.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me? This is Dinos Leolio.
I can, Mr. Leolio.
Thank you. And thank you for giving me just a moment to speak and reiterate a little bit of what Eddie is saying. I can tell you, speaking on behalf of the Greek Church and the owner, it's a great deal more relaxing than being in that architectural position. But I can also tell you too how much we greatly appreciate the support, the guidance, and all the advice of staff and board members as we've gone through this process. We did bring a number of people from the church to look at the mock-up panel as it was going up, and particularly even prior to the mock-up panel's assembly, the relationship of the mortar and the brick in the new building as it relates to the mortar and the brick in the existing church. And I think that Mr. Fava, when he sat in at the meeting at the last presentation, put it beautifully that there is such a wonderful complement between the two that it really speaks toward the effort and particularly the diligence of the Greek parishioners to come up with something that works well. So consequently, on behalf of the church and behalf of our parish council, I was asked to speak on behalf of what is presented and the manner in which the mortar and the brick are presented on the mock-up panel. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leolio. Any further response from applicant on behalf of the applicant?
No, sir.
All right, that means we'll move on to board discussion. Any discussion from the board on this agenda item? I guess I will briefly speak to the discussion. I understand the concerns of the applicant, and I appreciate them making significant efforts to bring the mock-up into conformity with our standards and greatly improving the quality of finish and workmanship. And so we do appreciate those earnest efforts and taking those requests from staff seriously. We were aware that that checklist with city staff comments was very significant. We do appreciate your efforts to ameliorate those matters with staff. Is there any further comment from the board?
This is Leon Scott. I was at the first showing, and I agree that improvements have been made, and I'm in agreement with the staff.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, would you like a motion?
Yes, I'd be glad to entertain a motion, Mr. Meadows.
I would make a motion to approve the mock-up panel with the staff comments incorporated.
This is Leon Scott. I will second.
I have a motion and I have a second, just for the sake of clarity in the record and pursuant to our rules. Mr. Metters, your motion, as I understand it, is a motion to approve this mock-up with staff comments incorporated. And I have a second from Mr. Scott. Did I state your motion correctly, Mr. Metters?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's acceptable to you, Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
I'll now sound the roll on this matter. Mrs. Sobchak, how do you vote?
Okay, yay in favor. I was not able to unmute myself, so I just need to make a comment, I guess, still.
Certainly, please. I'm sorry you had some difficulty in muting yourself. Please feel free to make a comment.
Okay, so I actually agreed with the applicant about item 2. I don't think the mortar color matters that much because of the differences between the architectural style. I don't think anyone will ever associate these mortar colors exactly with the existing church building. And I think that mortar color right now is really complementary to the design. So, so my point is, I agree with all other staff comments, with exception of number 2.
Okay. Are you proposing an amendment to Mr. Metter's motion, Ms. Sobchak?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Metters, do you accept Ms. Sobchak's friendly amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be comfortable leaving it up to staff to work out the mortar color with the architect, but not to eliminate that note in its entirety.
Okay. Ms. Sobchak, is an amendment to that effect acceptable to you? That the comment
Yes.
2 will be changed so that staff will work with the applicant on the mortar color?
Yes, I'm in agreement with that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Metters, do you accept that amendment as stated by me?
Yes, sir.
So the motion is to approve with staff comments, and as to staff comment number 2, the amendment would be for the board, I'm sorry, for city staff to work with the applicant on the mortar color.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Scott, you had initially offered a second to Mr. Metter's motion. Will you accept the seconding of his amended motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that having been stated, I will proceed to call the roll again. Ms. Sobchak, how do you vote on this motion?
Yay in favor?
Mr. Scott?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Metters?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Favor?
Is not on yet.
He is not. Okay. We have quorum for purposes of this vote.
We do.
Okay. And I vote yay in favor of this motion. Therefore,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
Mr. Bello has his hand up. and would like
Oh,
to
I
be
apologize.
recognized.
Mr. Bello, I've not yet cast the vote. I'll be glad to unmute you to hear your comment or statement.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't even know if this is in order for me to even speak. I was just hoping for a clarification on working with the staff. Does that basically mean, I guess, can you help clarify? Because, I mean, Ms. Subtug says she is in favor of the mortar. Everyone else seems to be a little bit in the middle. When we work with staff, you know, they've already said that they think it ought to be changed. And so I'm trying to figure out where we go from here.
If I can, I don't know if it's proper for me to interject right now either. We had drafted staff comments and then prior to our site visit yesterday. So, you know, Eddie, I think Lawrence and I can work with you on the mortar color to some degree. We would be more than happy to try to find a solution if that gives you some comfort.
Okay, it does. I am uncomfortable. So thank you very much.
Okay, good. All right, thanks.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So I apologize if we did not get to tweak that comment.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bello. And I vote yay in favor of this motion. Therefore, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Bello.
Okay, I'm going to
Mr.
bring Jay
Lilio.
back into the meeting right now.
Thank you.
Tori, if you want to make me a co-host, I can help with bringing people in and out of the meeting.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Lawrence, can you bring Linda into the meeting as a host?
Oddly, I cannot.
Yeah, me too. It's super weird.
She actually is a panelist.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that too.
And so therefore she should be able to.
Does she have all the same rights and abilities there?
I do not. I can't let anybody in.
Tori?
Okay, why don't we get started with item 2, and while Catherine is presenting, we'll try to figure it out. Linda, just hold tight, okay?
That'll be fine. Mrs. Parrish, what is agenda item number 2?
All right, agenda item number 2 is 40 Line Street. I'm not going to read the TMS numbers there, but this is the request for a materials review of masonry selections. There are various ratings for the property. This is in the Cannon Elliottboro neighborhood in the Old and Historic District.
Thank you. Having completed the introduction or overview, we will now have the applicant's presentation. And we're going to pause for a moment to allow Catherine into the room.
She's coming. Hold on a second.
That's fine. Take your time. It's okay.
Okay, Catherine, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Catherine, if you don't mind, if you would mute any other speaker that you have perhaps in the background. We're getting some pretty significant feedback from you.
Catherine, you can see the screen also, right?
Catherine, can you hear us now?
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
I think she's logging back in. We'll give her just a minute to do so.
Thank you.
You have not entered any numbers. Please re-enter your meeting ID. Enter your participant ID. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
What? You might
Looks
just
like
want
it
to
is
mute
one of those
your
nights.
laptop, maybe. Or if there's somebody else on the line that can speak to the project, we could unmute them.
Yes.
Let me see what she's got. A couple of names here. Let me see. Let's see who we have. And I'm looking for Gary Brewer or Richard Gow. Okay, Richard's here. Richard, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Are you comfortable speaking for Catherine?
Oh, she's not available?
She's having technical difficulties.
Oh, I'm so sorry, and I apologize. Yeah, we are finding that the availability of the brick is an issue, and because it's a primarily brick building, we're trying to get the board to look at a partial approval of the brick colors. And I wasn't 100% sure. I wasn't the applicant here, but Catherine had mentioned that she had spoken to staff. And I know that there was an attempt some time ago to speak to this matter, but with COVID and boards changing and everything, it wasn't approved to get on an agenda. And so what we're asking for is, for one of the biggest projects in the city, to have a little bit of extra consideration so that we can get the materials that we can available to get approved without having a completed panel. And that's my presentation. It's definitely going to be a fantastic building, and Ramza has been delightful to work with in the city, and everybody have embraced this project. It's definitely one of the most important gateway buildings in the city. So we would just like to be able to do the brick at this time. And, considering that we just finished the Jasper with this technique, and that turned out beautifully, I would hope that would be enough of a confidence builder for this body to not be on a slippery slope where this becomes a norm.
Richard, can everybody hear me now? It's Catherine with Triangle.
Yes.
Yep.
Mr. Gal, had you completed your remarks?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Catherine, you may speak now.
Thank you all for your patience with those technical difficulties. I'm apparently a millennial who cannot use my computer. Thank you, Richard, for speaking on our behalf. As Tori and both Richard have noted, we are requesting a review of our brick selection specifically. We do extend our gratitude to the board and staff for their time and thank those who were able to make the on-site review earlier this week. I know there are a couple of slides up, which I'm happy to walk through, but given time, I merely wanted to emphasize what Richard has said. Given the unprecedented supply chain issues our company and many others have faced, we are asking for this color-specific review for our precast panels. We are being hit with long lead times, manufacturing delays, and material availability. These obstacles are both monetary and schedule related, and we face an increase in cost of up to $500,000, which is a risk that we really don't want to take. This is why we're asking for the specific review. I will let you all ask questions that you'd like and not take up any more of your time.
Thank you, Catherine. Would anyone else like to speak on behalf of the applicant? Okay, hearing none, we will proceed to the public comment portion. Ms. Parrish, do we have any public comment on this proposal?
We do not have any public comment on this one.
Thank you. We will therefore move to city staff comments and recommendations.
Okay. Staff comments. Number one, while respectful of the board's opposition to broadly entertain requests for long lead time items prior to complete mock-up sample panel review, there was discussion of reviewing these requests on a case-by-case basis. Two, staff finds that the materials are consistent with what the applicant has previously presented to and initially gotten approved by the board. Three, staff finds that there are extraordinary circumstances necessitating this request. In our recommendation, staff recommends approval of the release of these masonry selections for ordering prior to complete mock-up review.
Thank you. That was pretty straightforward, but does the applicant have any response to city staff comments or recommendations?
No, we do not. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll therefore move to board discussion and a potential vote. Any of my fellow board members care to comment on this project?
I'll quickly state that I visited the site yesterday afternoon, and the material selection here is exactly as was proposed during the design review period, and I have no problems with the brick. We have been very guarded about partial approvals or material approvals, and on a very strict case-by-case basis, I think that the circumstances surrounding this particular case are sufficient that I'm comfortable voting to approve the brick.
Thank you, Mr. White. Any other board members?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. This is James.
Yes, sir.
And I need to get some assistance from Tori or Lawrence on this. During the design review period, when the bricks were reviewed by the board, when was that?
It was before I was here, so I'm going to have to dig that up.
I really can't say with any exactitude.
Was it more than a year?
It likely was a little over a year ago.
So my anxiety with this request, when I read the letter that's been submitted by Lifestyle Communities, and I listened to the presentation, and this is about monetary and schedule. And I wonder why in the last year, if that's correct, or a year plus, we've not been able to get materials ordered to get a mock-up done. And it's heavily emphasized in this note that there's going to be an increased cost of roughly $500,000. It discusses COVID-related delays, which anybody who's in virtually any industry knows that there's certainly truth to that. The magnitude of this project is called out in this letter as being $250 million. And when I think about a year to get this mock-up done, I think about it being the magnitude that it is, which is $250 million, which was laid out by the client. I'm struggling with understanding how the board would support this when we have taken the position that we have, that we want to have completed mock-ups for us to review before we release it. And so I'm struggling with that. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Metters. Any further comments from board members?
This is
This
Leon
is Luda.
Scott.
So
I understand both sides. I understand the expense involved. But I also understand that this is one of the most important locations as you enter the city. One of the most visible structures as you come into the city. I also, whilst I understand the need and the significance of financial losses, it is a really, really important piece to make a decision based on what it could be versus what we're actually seeing right now. And I understand that previous projects and the work and the effort and they've turned out beautifully. But I also am struggling with this. It's asking to approve something that we haven't physically seen, that we don't know for sure what the final design will look like. So I too I'm struggling with this as well. And again, I've heard from my colleague that, you know, we've had to make decisions like this in the past and have not really shown a lot of flexibility on this without being seen. So I too am having a struggle with this. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Sobchak, I believe you wanted to speak.
yes, so the mock-up panel, yes, it's not finished, but we have seen enough brick, I think, to make a decision on brick, and that's only what his applicant is asking for now. So James or Scott or Leon, are you against, I mean, are you dissatisfied with the brick which they presented?
Go ahead.
Well, so that's question number.
No, I guess what I'm saying is similar to James, is not being able to see it, and we've been fairly strict with making decisions based on you know, the financials, making decisions based on you know, not actually seeing the final product or not seeing what is being told that it's going to be. So in you know, in all fairness, I don't know if it's that it's that easy to just to give a approval when we really haven't seen it. We haven't seen again, I don't want to hold up progress, but I also want to not regret driving into the city one day that it doesn't look as if what we agreed that it would be.
So Luda, this is James. I'll answer your question also. If we look in the first paragraph of the Lifestyle Communities letter, you know, it states that it was always our intent to bring the mock-up for the approval in one submission. And so what I am looking for is what I have known since I've been on this board is that the mock-up is being looked at when it's complete. That's it. And we can't see that.
I do not disagree with that, but in the same time, we were saying that we will be looking at case by case, you know, appearance. So it seems like on this one, I don't see that we will, if the mock-up panel is not finished with other components than brick, I don't see why we cannot approve the brick. That's, and again, this is a very unique situation here as far as the, you know, size of the project and moving forward with it. And again, we know that issues with materials is really constrained right now. But that's my position.
Thank you,
I think
Lou.
it also helps that, you're dealing with a precast concrete structure. So, the material and form of the mock-up is substantially there. It's almost like there's not much missing except for glazing and sealants. And so I feel that we can assess the material in place relatively well. And there have been occasions where we have granted this sort of request, and it usually falls around either brick masonry or aluminum windows. And even in pre-COVID times, there were a few occasions over the past few years where that occurred. And it got a little bit too frequent, which began to clog our agendas and cloud our vision about the success of the mock-up. But I think that we were sort of able to squelch that. And I don't really see this as being precedental. I think there's a much larger conversation that the board needs to have about about what we're looking for out of mock-ups. And the scope of them, the intent of them is really something that we ought to debate pretty vigorously. But like I said at the outset, I'm comfortable with this particular case given the circumstances.
Mr. Chairman, I also want to note that while I could not attend the meeting yesterday on site, I did go to the site and view the mock-up. I wanted to make sure the applicant was aware of that.
Thank you. And the same was the case here. I couldn't be there at the prescribed time due to other obligations, but I did have the opportunity to take a look at it, and I thought it was very nice. Any further comments from the board? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I'll introduce a motion to approve the brick proposed.
I second. Luda,
That is-
second.
Mr. White, your motion, as I understand it, is to approve the brick for this project.
That's correct.
And that was seconded by Ms. Subchuck.
That's correct.
All right, I will proceed to call the roll. Mr. Scott, how do you vote on this project?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Metters?
Nay, not in favor.
Mr. White?
Yay, in favor.
Ms. Subchuck?
Yay in favor.
And myself would be yay in favor, so that's a vote of 4 for and 1 against. Therefore, the motion carries. Thank you to the applicant for their presentation and the thoughtful comments of staff and the board. Mrs. Parrish, what is agenda item 3?
All right, thank you. Agenda item number 3 is 102 President Street. This is a request for preliminary approval for new construction of a 5-story mixed-use student housing development. It's in Heights District 5 in the Old City District, Cannon Elliott Borough neighborhood. This application was seeking an additional story based on architectural merit, and we'll get to that after the context or within the staff comments, but I can go to the context slides. This is the aerial view. The project is at President and Cannon Street. It's adjacent to the B Street lofts, as you'll see on the screen there. MUSC is to the south. This is another one of the views, and this is the view of the across from the site across President. You have the parking garage here. This is looking north on President. And we'll have the applicant's presentation.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the applicant, who's here to speak for them this evening.
Okay, let me grab them.
Sure, take your time.
Okay, we're gonna have a couple here. Let me see if I can find them. Unless Linda has already got him. Okay, I'm gonna have Russ Seaman. He is, I've just unmuted him, and then we're gonna have Tony.
Giuliani.
Yeah, let's see if I can find him here.
This is Russ. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we
You
can.
can,
Russ.
Mr. Seaman.
I
Okay,
just
good.
unmuted Tony.
Hi, yeah, this is Tony Giuliani. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you both. Thank you.
All right. Awesome.
Are there others?
That's the only two I have listed as applicants for this project.
Mr. Seaman, Mr. Giuliani, do you anticipate anyone else speaking on your behalf?
I do not believe that the other two will be joining. They're on the line.
Okay.
Of ownership, we have Josh Fogel and Greg Dillon. They're on the line, they're listening, but they did not register to speak.
Understood. Mr. Seaman, Mr. Giuliani, which of you would like to go first?
This is Tony. I'll go first. So I've already introduced the ownership that's on here, and then they'll send a text if they have a question that they want me to ask. So I'll go right down the line. I think there you go. That's great, thank you. Staff comments from the preliminary or conceptual BAR was first floor should become limestone. And we agreed with that, so we added limestone to the base of the building. Item A talked about cladding the 5-story in brick and raise the cornice to the height throughout the perimeter where the building is brick. And we've done that in this submittal. Item B was it was not necessary to recess the 5th floor. We agreed and we pulled the 5th floor to be flush with the other 4 floors. Add detail and relief to the spandrel panels. We added a geometric pattern that relates to the balcony as far as the material and the color. And the patterns, I'll go into that later in the presentation, what the patterns will look like and what our design objectives were for that. Item D, the cornice at the top of the 5th floor needs to be larger and more detailed. And again, we added more detail. I'll go over that later in the presentation, but we made it 3'8" tall and it was decorable brick. E, the columns on the 1st floor need to be enlarged and more proportionate to the pilasters for symmetry. And we did make those columns and cornices to be more proportionate, and you'll see that in the elevations. Item F, no change to the 6th floor print and materials, and we left those as is. And G was the spandrel below the storefront on the 1st floor should be limestone, and we made those limestone, and I'll go over those later on. If you could flip to the civil drawings, I believe that's like 6 or 7 pages in. Yeah, right there, or even back. That's it, thank you. And I'll let Russ Seaman describe the next 5 sheets.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can flip through that. That's just the survey. That shouldn't be new information. This was the previous submittal. And then right there, yes, and then here's the new submittal. If you flip to the next one. The biggest change you'll notice is the rear courtyard space to the plan view top of the page. Basically, there's not an agreement in place with the adjacent neighbor right now, so we felt it prudent to adjust the design to work within the constraints of our property. But overall, we have changed that place to have a little dog park in the back and some pervious pavers that access it and a custom fence that goes along the property border. Moving along, we have a strong paver plaza at the corner that we had before with the same steps that taper to grade. That would be the top left corner. Plan view top left. Yep. So right there, we've got a nice paver plaza that steps down to the right of way. And then it has a slope walk that comes up into that and provides the ADA access. And then all along the street, we have at the upper level is a paver plaza with steps that go down to the street. And there's kind of a rhythm and pattern of steps between the columns, and some planters that occur anywhere there's not steps to provide that barrier. There's street trees with the typical brick edge that you see everywhere else on the public right of way in the area. And same with the light poles. We've picked a nice porcelain paver that matches some of the wood detailing going on the building. As you move around to the parking garage entry, we've got the paver apron that happens beyond the right-of-way line with a paver stop bar. Otherwise, there are pervious pavers and plantation mix that provide access around the edge of the building. And yes, and also a fence on that side and some trees where there's room to still provide ADA access. You'll also see that we've got a stormwater cistern that happens at the top of the page as well. You can flip sheets. We've provided the pool design and a little bit of a upper level planting area. This shouldn't be visible from the right of way, but we wanted to show it just so you would know what was going on. There are some planters provided at the edge of the pool area just to screen what's happening at the pool on a day-to-day basis. So you can flip. We've provided our product selections and furnishing selections. We feel like it's going to be a really handsome project, and everything will complement the building well. And flip sheets. And we provided the landscape plant palette just for context. We're happy to answer any questions and look forward to moving this one forward.
Okay, anything further from the applicant at this time?
Yes, if we can, flip to, I guess, page 10. 10 of 42. So that's the previous second floor plan. Next, please. Yeah, right there. 10. Yep. Thank you. So as previously stated, we have limestone now at the base of the building. It goes up to the second floor. And then from the second floor above, we have a brick. And I've got the sample materials, photographs, they're in this set towards the back. I'm not quite sure with today or if you can even see me. I don't think you can see my image, but as far as the brick selection color, it's a myrtle sand. It's a tan brick that has a white coating. It's on this. It's like, I guess, if you're familiar with the Bella Grace, it's similar to that color. And then we have in between each window, there is a metal panel made out of aluminum. And I guess, when I get back to the other sheets, I'll go over as far as what these materials are going to look like. But those are going to be a metal panel that the sun will be able to penetrate through and it'll cast a shadow behind that metal panel, but just a slight one. But we'll go over that. The windows are aluminum with wood on the inside that have made by Windsor's manufacturer. It is a hurricane impact rated window. It's been used here in the city of Charleston, so it's approved by the BAR. And we're proposing a dark bronze color, similar to the storefront that's on the first floor. And if you can see on the first floor, right below the storefront windows, we switched out the spandrel panels for the limestone. And the limestone color is going to be a honed finish, which is more of like a cream color. So if you could go ahead and flip to the next page. So here it's just previous proposed. You can see there's not much change from the approved conceptual design. Next, please. Yeah, so here at the top, I mean, I know they're just little photographs, but you can see as far as the limestone panel, which is a cream color, the brick, it shows gray, but it's really more of a tan with a white. The metal panel that's up on the 6th floor, it will be concealed fasteners with pretty much a simple look. It's modern look. It won't have much reveals to it, so it's a clean look, and it's a gray color. And then next to that is the bronze storefront color. Again, that looks green on my screen. I'm not sure what color your screen is showing, but that's going to be a bronze storefront color along with the windows and the railings, the decorative railings that's next to that. And I said is the metal panels that are below the windows, that's on page 40. When we get to there, I'll show you what that pattern will look like. And of course, we're going to propose a wood ceiling in the colonnade area. Next, please. So this is previous and proposed elevations. And as you can see in the center portion, there are 2 curtain wall systems that we're proposing right in there. And it's sort of grayed out, but the floor lines, right now we're proposing a spandrel glass, but we still need to evaluate that. It's, you know, of course, that's where the floor line is. We're trying to work out the structure. We don't know how deep our structure is quite there yet. I mean, we're looking at 18 inches, but that could grow because of the complexity of the structure in this area. So we're still working through that. But right now, we're showing that to be about 18 inches deep with a spandrel glass piece. And if you look in the lower right-hand corner, on the proposed west elevation, detail number 1, you'll see it says doors to utilities. We're still studying this. Unfortunately, with Dominion, our doors have to be in that location. We're still working with them. At least we got one of the doors removed off of this facade and moved inside the building. But because of the clearance requirements and the requirement to vary our electrical lines and the size of our transformer, we're being, you know, forced into this location door. So we still have to study how we will, I guess, design the door into the elevation. And then just to the left of that is the garage doors. The garage doors, we're proposing to use a similar design that's below the windows. But again, it's a roll-up garage door, so it'll be solid. It won't, I mean, the pattern will be the same as what's underneath the windows, but you won't be able to see through it. It'll be a solid door. Next, please. Again, this is just previous proposed elevations. Next, please. Same thing, not much changes on the back. The setback is still the same. Same on the north elevation. Next, please. Yeah, this is, yeah, just, yeah, north, like I said, north elevation. Yeah, you can go to next. Like I said, these elevations didn't change that much. The material is the same. These are the floor plans. You can skip through the floor plans as well, unless you have any specific questions. All the parking is on site, stacked parking. So it's concealed with a, it's an enclosed parking garage, so none of the headlights will be visible. Garage door will be closed all the time, except for when cars come and go. Next, please. Next. Yeah, go ahead. If we can just skip through the floor plans. Yeah, typical building section. Next, please. Yeah, yeah, so this is just a wall section taken through the pool deck. It's basically running east-west. You can see the elevation again, the same materials wrap the corner and go back. Next, please. Next. 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 All right. Yeah, so as you can see from the corbel on detail number 3. So we added more detail to the brick and then the corbelling as it goes up, as it stretches out. And then the other item 5 is just going to be a precast limestone panel that's done with the first floor, or I'm sorry, second floor. Next, please. Yeah, so just now some more typical wall sections. Next, please. And these are typical wall sections where we have these short little Juliet balconies. Next, please. Yeah. It's the typical wall section at the back of the building. It steps back, back up to the B Street flats. So this way that we don't intrude onto their space. Next, please. And the corbelling again. Next, please. All right, so down in the bottom, you'll see the decorative metal panel. So that is aluminum panel that's probably 1.5 centimeters thick. It's a thick material so that it doesn't oil can. And that pattern is just a small section that happens in the lower left-hand corner. So it's not truly, we didn't get a full-size panel. We'll get that for the mock-up. But this is just to give you a representation. As you can see, the panel behind it, it's going to be held off the wall about an inch and a half. So when the sun shines through it, it'll give you a shadow look behind it. And then next, please. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Giuliani. Does that conclude the applicant's remarks?
Yes.
Okay. We will now have public comment. Mrs. Parrish, do we have anyone in the live public comment?
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. We do. Let me pull them in here. We have Justin Schrebler from the Historic Charleston Foundation. I just lost my mouse. Okay.
Take your time.
Okay, Justin, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, sir. Mr. Schwebler, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Justin Schwebler representing Historic Charleston Foundation. We're pleased with the architectural direction of this project. The limestone cladding on the colonnade and simplification of the primary residential wings has greatly improved the overall design. We do, however, have a few comments on material choices. First, we find that the patterned metal panels under the windows detract from the elegant simplicity of the design. The openings in the panels will also be a dirt and water trap that could degrade rapidly in Charleston's harsh climate. We feel it's unnecessary to have these metal panels under the windows, as every material interface is a possible failure point. The applicants should look to use brick in these areas as well. And we prefer the simplified vertical panels on the garage door to the decorative design as well. We've mentioned several times in the past that we would also like to see the central tower over the pool clad in brick to match the treatment of the rest of the building. We're disappointed to see that the tower is still rendered in metal panels. This would give the President Street elevations a much more cohesive design and a sense of permanence. Finally, the President Street corner on the south elevation needs some refinement. This corner will be highly visible from the street and sidewalk, and the doors and vent systems on this elevation need a higher level of treatment than the alley side utility doors. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwebler. Any additional live comment on the 102 President Street project, Ms. Perry?
I do not have any that are speakers. We do have letters.
Certainly, and I was going to get to those next. Mrs. Parrish, in order to, since we're tag teaming how we're going to cover the public comment this evening, since it is extensive, I would just tell you that I have the public comments you submitted to me up in an Excel spreadsheet. If it is okay with you, if you will give me the name of the commenter, I will use my search function to go to that person's name and then summarize their comment. So if you guide me to the comment, I will then read or paraphrase the germane parts of the public comment.
Okay, the first one will be from Jane Gillich of 112 Bull Street. You may want to use that.
Okay, one moment while I pull that up. I have Ms. Gillich's comment. Ms. Gillich is at 112 Bull Street. The germane part of her comments, paraphrased, are she's surprised the building has gotten as far as it had. She believes the BAR is designed to monitor and guide the height, scale, and mass of new buildings within the Old Historic District. This building is too big for its location. The cornice seems almost Egyptian in style. The metal work makes it look like it was a roadside motel. And the remainder of the comments, which there are some, are to matters that are not germane to the board, specifically to traffic and foot traffic. And so, having paraphrased that and read that one into the record, Mrs. Parrish, our next public comment in written form.
Our next comment is Lynn Hanlon of 67 Meeting Street.
Miss Lynn Hanlon is resident of 67 Smith Street, Meeting Street, excuse me. Her relevant comments are the proposed building is much too big and overwhelming for the neighboring 19th and 20th century buildings. And that is the extent of the germane comment. What's our next written comment?
The next comment is going to be, I have it here.
Take it down.
There's a comment from Jonathan Jackson. It's addressing all four of the, five of the last five agenda items. If you want to read it 5 times, or if you want to read it now and introduce it to.
That's fine. I'll summarize. Mr. Jackson had provided us with PO Box, presumably in the city of Charleston. His comment is, new philosophy of every available square inch of real estate being covered by the biggest building possible needs to end. This belongs in Charlotte rather than Charleston. There's not a drop of architectural merit. But he says to all four, but obviously in relation to this project, and the remainder of the comments are not germane. Ms. Parrish, our next written comment.
Let me double check. I believe that was the last one. That was the last one for this agenda item.
Thank you. We will therefore move to city staff comments and recommendations.
I was muted, sorry. This applicant sought extra height based on architectural merit and context. The applicant appealed the prior decision of the BAR and requested pre-litigation mediation. By law, the applicant is entitled to mediation via section 54-248 of the ordinance. The parties mediated and came to an agreement on an acceptable design, including the 6th floor. Council approved the agreement and the conceptual plan to include the 6th floor. The applicant did go through these 7 items, so I'll summarize them, but through the mediation process, the following changes or comments were required and have been incorporated into the design. Clad the 5th story in brick and raised the cornice. Number two, it was not necessary to to recess the 5th floor. Number three, add details and relief to the spandrel panels. Number four, the cornice at the top of the 5th floor needed to be larger and more detailed. Number five, columns on the 1st floor were enlarged and made more proportionate to the pilasters. Number six was no changes to the 6th floor footprint or material. And number seven was a change for the spandrel panels below the storefronts. They were needed to be changed to limestone.
Okay.
And then,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't. And so our the actual directive comments, number one, study how the solid wall and door pair at the southwest corner of the west elevation can better integrate into the exterior elevation facing President Street. The conceptual package indicated doors which work with the glazing rhythm that was consistently used elsewhere on the 1st floor. The current proposal seems to place a pair of utilitarian standard storage doors on the street without reference to the building's fenestration patterns or symmetrical nature. This condition wraps the southwest corner of the 1st floor and should be reviewed on the south elevation as well. Number two, at the south elevation, consider triple windows on the penthouse floor for consistency with the penthouse treatment elsewhere. And number three, we encourage the applicant to continue pursuing the effort to work with the B Street Loft's ownership on the shared park opportunity. Our recommendation is preliminary approval with board and staff comments.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Linda. But there was a letter from the Preservation Society, their position statement that was not read into the record.
Sure.
You are right. That's another
My
step.
apologies for interrupting.
No, thank you, Linda. I appreciate
Making
that.
sure we have a complete record.
Thank you, Linda. John, I have it here if you want me to read it.
Sure, that would be great.
Okay, I'll go for it. This is a letter from Aaron Minigan of the Preservation Society of Charleston. Dear board members, the Preservation Society would like to thank the applicant for meeting with us and walking us through the current proposal. We were disappointed with the recent turn of events that has allowed the project to come back with an additional 6th floor after it was denied by the board in December. Given the recent design revisions happened during mediation out of the public eye, it is difficult to resume this conversation with a proposal that differs from what the community last had the opportunity to review. While we feel many of the design revisions are positive, including material upgrades and refinement of details, the Preservation Society has not been supportive of an additional 6th floor on this project. At the most recent review, our opposition was largely based on the visibility of the top floor looking west on Cannon Street and north on President Street. In this submittal, renderings from these viewpoints were omitted, which makes it challenging to adequately evaluate the impacts of the additional floor on the surrounding context. We appreciate the applicant sharing these renderings with us directly at our request, but feel the board and the public also need the benefit of assessing the proposal from these perspectives. Additionally, as this design is further refined, we feel the treatment of the rightmost bay of the ground floor at the west elevation adjacent to the garage, as well as the leftmost bay around the corner on the south elevation, are rather utilitarian and unattractive and need further study. Thank you for considering our position in this matter. Sincerely, Aaron Minigan.
Thank you, Mrs. Parrish and Ms. Bennett, for cleaning that matter up. I believe that covers both the live and the written public comment. We've concluded city staff recommendations and comments. It is now the applicant's opportunity for response or clarification to either public comment and or the city staff comments and recommendations.
Yeah, and this is Tony Antonio. As for the Historic Preservation Society, the material distract as far as the use of brick. We can certainly study that, but it was one of the, I guess, recommendations that came out of the settlement points was to use the metal panels. So we agree that the metal panels should be there. So if we, if it's a pattern issue, we'd certainly willing to study that. Then as far as the letters that were written, most of them seem to be about height, scale, and mass. And I believe that we were already beyond that point. So I don't really have anything to say about those items. And then we did speak with Erin on Monday and her group. And we certainly appreciate their input, and we would certainly look at those items moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Giuliani. Any further response from the applicant?
No, I think we're good.
Thank you. At this time, we will entertain board discussion and perhaps a vote. What say my fellow board members?
Well, I'll start this one. I think the project that we see tonight is basically the exact design that was the result of mediation, it appears. And what I was really eager to see was the detailing to support that design. And there are a few things that I've noticed in there that I think the applicant really ought to study very carefully. One, first and probably the most impactful is the limestone cladding. If you look at the renderings, you see what appear to be big blocks of limestone. They have thickness to them as they meet at the corner, but in the details, it shows up as a 1-inch veneer slab. And if that 1-inch or very thin edge is visible at the corners of these pilasters, it will really degrade the effect of the limestone cladding. I've seen that happen before, and it's really disappointing to see. So that needs to be addressed in details. And then also I've noticed that there's just a general lack of precision in a lot of the details of larger scale details of the project. Especially around flashings, like the base flashing detail 8 on sheet 36, the cap flashing on detail 5, sheet 37, sill pan flashings, detail 5, 38. These are issues that could become constructability issues later on. And while they're flashings, they're highly visible, and they really would detract from the architectural effect of the building. So I think all of that needs to be studied very carefully, whether this project is given preliminary approval or deferred, so that could be rectified. I think that's up for discussion. But I do think that based upon that, this project does need to come back for final review by the board. And as for staff comments, I agree with them. And while I respect Justin's position on the spandrels being decorative metal was actually a condition, as stated, of that mediation. So I think we ought to stick with that. I think the metal panels would be quite nice.
Thank you, Mr. White. Any further board comment? Give everyone a second to make sure they can log on or unmute themselves. Any further comment from the board?
This is Luda Sobchuk. I agree that this project needs to come back for final review before board because yes, the lack of clarity and finalization of these details is negative kind of look at all this right now. So, and there's a other comments which staff has, which I'm agree with all that, as well as some of the comments from Preservation Society and Historic Charleston. Some studies of the messing needs to be still, it's still in order. Maybe not exactly messing, but like the large garage doors on President Street, the big openings, but they are not detailed enough to address the street properly, and et cetera, et cetera. So I will be supporting the preliminary approval, but also we need to see this project once again.
Thank you, Ms. Sobchuk. Further board comment? I would just say that I wholeheartedly embrace the staff recommendations and comments. I'm aware that the result we have now was partially mediated, and I respect that. I do think that particularly from the streetscape the fenestration and the view from the street needs to be considered, particularly in regards to the storage or other access doors, which are not harmonious with the rest of the facade, which I generally like and is aesthetically pleasing. That is a little jarring and needs to be rectified. Any further board comment? Hearing none, at this time I would entertain a motion from the board.
Okay, I'll make a motion for preliminary approval with board and staff comments.
Mr.
I'll second
Mr.
that.
White has made a motion and Mr. Metters has seconded the motion. And Mr. White, your motion, as I have understood it, is for preliminary approval of this project with board and staff comments.
That's correct.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. I will proceed to sound the roll. Mrs. Sobchak, how do you vote on this project?
Yay in favor?
Mr. Scott?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Metters?
Yay in favor.
And I vote yay in favor.
I probably need to vote as well.
Oh, and Mr. White?
Although my vote should be pretty obvious. Yay in favor, please.
That's a unanimous vote in favor. So this passes with preliminary approval with board and staff comments. Thank you to the applicants and to staff.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right. Mrs. Parrish, you're doing okay?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, agenda item number 4 is 411 Meeting Street. This is a request for preliminary approval for the new construction of a mixed-use development in the Cannon Elliott Borough neighborhood, Height District 5 and 8 in the Old and Historic District.
Thank you. This time we will hear for any representatives for the applicant. Who do we have with us this evening?
I will, I'm gathering them.
That's
We're gonna
fine.
have Taylor French. Let me find him here. And then I can run back through those contact slides. Lawrence, if you want to back it up, I'll go through them. I'm looking for Taylor. Linda, are you on the call? Do you see him? I found him. Except he just disappeared again. I'll go through the contact slides. I'm going to watch for Taylor. He jumped on and then he like fell off or something. I'm not sure.
Hey, Tori, his name floated to the top because he raised his hand.
Oh, did he? Okay, let me. There he is. Okay, Taylor, are you there? Taylor? Taylor, are you there? Okay, let's give him a minute. I'll roll through the contact slides. He's been unmuted, but if he can hear me, it's telling me he needs to unmute himself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, hi, Taylor.
Hi there.
We're just going to roll through these contact slides. If you would like to speak to them, you can. This is the aerial view between Mary and Reed Street. The project sits on Meeting Street. We can go to the next slide.
Yeah, just like, yeah, just click on the more website, like I could do J.
Did our slides get stuck?
Just that one more. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we can go to the next slide. This is a context photo that is prior to the demolition. The site is vacant now. This is a view on Meeting Street. This is looking west on Reed Street. Looking east on Mary Street. The previous motion was for conceptual approval for height, scale, and mass except for the height of the condo building per staff comments, with approval of a 25-foot ground floor for the hotel, with all staff comments and approval of the ninth floor for architectural merit and context. That was on December 11th, 2019.
Okay, thank you for the context slides. Mr. French, you can proceed when ready.
All right, so we were approved December of 2019. I'm not sure how many of the board members remember this project. If you want me to give a brief overview, I can, or we can just go straight towards the responses to the previous BAR approval.
I think moving through your responses would be perfectly appropriate.
All right, so Lawrence, if you can zoom in there. The first comment was that a washed brick was preferred over the stucco for the hotel and condo buildings, and we discussed that with ownership, and ownership felt like stucco was in keeping with the aesthetic of Charleston. And so we have gone with an upgraded stucco finish, which is called the Milano finish. It's still a 3-coat stucco, but it has a very smooth finish and looks a lot more like the traditional stucco on block that you see on the historic Charleston buildings. And we are using a light colored brick on the apartment building. There was a lot of discussion on the second point, which was the floor-to-floor heights of the condo building should be reduced so it's not taller than the future hotel building. And we studied that, and we reduced the floor-to-floor heights on 5 of the condo floors. We also increased the pitch of the hotel parapet and the mansard roof, and increased the height of that to bring those 2 towers more in line with each other, which you'll see in the following slides. On point 3, there was one portion in the plan where there is meeting space that is required for our zoning requirements, and that is facing the proposed low line. And there was a request that we look at retail space there. This meeting space is not just going to be a static space that's only occupied occasionally. We're working with one of the hotel brands to have a very active meeting space that is going to engage those spaces more and provide more interaction between the exterior and the interior. Point number 4 is just a detail. We measured the distance from the curb to the beginning of the slope portion of the ramp, and in section you can see that it is 17 feet. Point number 5, where we have the loading dock, we are going to ensure that those doors are on automatic closers so that we don't have any conditions where the dock is left open when it's not being used. Point number 6 about the window construction, we have adjusted our details to make sure that the windows are set deep in the wall construction. Point number 7 was on the ends of the hotel towers, studying additional fenestration, and you'll see in the elevations that we've added some more windows and detailing to that. And point number 8 is just a list of items for the preliminary submission, which we've included. So if you can go to slide number 23. In terms of plans, we really weren't requested to make too many plan changes, so you will see that the plans have not changed too much. But slide 23 is our elevation along Mary Street. There we go. So on the top of the page is the previous, and the bottom of the page is the new proposed. Oh, I think we got too far ahead. There we go. So now you can see that the top of this screen is the previous design, where you can see how much taller the condo building was than the hotel tower. And now with the new proposed design, we've leveled those two out so that the massing is very similar, and one does not, that the condo building does not appear to be more important than the hotel building. In addition, on this facade, you can see we have added two more columns of windows for the guest rooms on the hotel, the ends of the hotel towers. And we've adjusted the corridor windows so that there's a little bit more of a pattern and rhythm to those ends of the hotel. If you go to the page 25, you'll see the same detail has been added to the ends of the hotel towers on the proposed design at the bottom. So we've added there we go.
Sorry, guys, I've got a really finicky mouse here. Amazing. My apologies.
All right, I think it's flashed up on the screen enough that you guys can see that we did add a few more windows to that end of the hotel tower. Then if we can go to page 28. There we go. This is an overview of the materials palette. Everywhere around the base of the hotel and the other components, the entire project, we are using true stone that we are working with a supplier out of Italy, where the base water table is going to be true limestone, or true travertine, excuse me. And then the body of the base along with the cornice line is going to be limestone. If you go to the next page, there, you can see the tower of the hotel is going to be the stucco and the Milano finish, which these images are reading a lot greener than they would be. They're more of all light cream color. The roof, we've picked out a concrete tile that looks like terracotta. The windows are a bone white color in the hotel tower. And we're proposing, where we've got detailing that will not be true stone, to use GFRC grout reinforced concrete as a durable material for a lot of the architectural detailing. Go to the next slide. Again, this is the condo building with the true stone base up to the cornice, and then the stucco with the roof of the condo building is going to be a standing seam metal roof in a verde green look. The next slide. This is the apartment building with the true stone base, and we're using a cream colored brick that is coordinating with the limestone, along with a dark bronze window and stucco cornice lines in the brick areas. You go to page 64, we'll look at the renderings. Okay, we have the previous on the top and the proposed on the bottom. In the aerial view, it's difficult to see, but we have the condo building slightly around the same height as the hotel tower. The next page. Again, on this, the condo building, it's hard to see in relation to the hotel, but it has been shortened slightly. The next page. The apartment building, not too many changes. We've tried to accurately reflect the color of the natural stone now that we have physical samples in our office. So we've adjusted those accordingly. Next page. Close up there. Next page. Next page. Again. Next page. Next page. Yeah, next page. And the next page. Next page. You go to page 76. There we go. You can see in this that we've lowered the condo building, and it's really not going to be perceived as being much taller than the hotel tower. And next page. And then the last page there. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Thank you, Mr. French. Mrs. Parrish, who do we have for live comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Linda has my copy. Just now handed it to her to make a copy. I will read, I have it.
I have it, just one moment, I have a hard copy. I see Mr. French.
We have Justin Schwebler.
Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Let me grab Justin.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Cool.
Mr. Schwebler, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is Justin Schwebler with Historic Charleston Foundation. We'd first like to thank the applicants for their dedication to incorporating the low line into their master plan and sacrificing the square footage along that property boundary to make a unique place for the public to enjoy. We find that this portion of the development is the most pleasing architecturally and will be one of the leading features on the low line path through the city. We do have a number of serious concerns with other portions of the development, however. The 9-story massing of the hotel along Meeting Street needs a higher standard of ornamentation. The 3-story wings on the north and south corners are finely rendered in classical detail and proportion, while the 9-story massing behind them is nearly bereft of any detail above the first story. There should be a grand or unique architectural statement that unifies the architectural themes of the development and provides visual interest over the massive blank wall along Meeting Street. Creating a central tower over the front entrance, adding pilasters, finely trimmed windows or lintels may help. Since the roof line will have such a prominent space in the Charleston skyline, it would help if there were some visual interest there as well. Either cupolas or a clock tower would help to translate the classical forms of the lower stories while providing a statement piece that adds to the skyline of the city. The north and south elevations of the hotel need more work as well. These elevations will be highly visible when traveling up and down Meeting Street. In their current form, they are too monolithic, and the applications of architectural detail would help to break up the large blank areas of stucco and add visual interest. With the Mary and Reed Street elevations, we have similar concerns. Again, the lower stories of the development have nice classical forms and detail, we feel are highly attractive. Both the condos on Mary Street and the lofts on Reed form two massive and plain protrusions from the top of otherwise finely crafted buildings. All sense of classical scale, detail, or form disappears above the third story, and we're again left with these monolithic high-rise developments that we see all over the country. It's clear that the design team can create beautifully rendered buildings that fit well with Charleston's architectural style. This level of attention to detail just needs to be applied to the whole project and not the first 3 stories. We're excited to see how the project develops, but cannot support preliminary approval of this design as it's shown today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwebler. Further live public comment.
There are none.
Thank you, Mrs. Parrish. We'll proceed as we did before. If you give me just one moment to go through the Excel spreadsheet of written public comment.
And I'll give you the first name. It's going to be Lynn Hanlon, Hanlin. She has 2 comments for 411 Meeting Street. Her address is 67 Meeting Street.
Thank you. I see the comment. This is from Miss Lynn Hanlon, 67 Meeting Street, spoken on another project. Her germane comments are the overall mass of this project is too big and overwhelms adjacent historic buildings. The mass needs to be more compatible with surrounding historic buildings. Next public comment.
As for public comments through Innovate, that was the last one, and then there is a letter.
Okay, and thank you for reminding me about the letters. Sure. Letter from Preservation Society.
That's correct.
All right, would you mind reading that for the record?
I do not mind. This letter is from the Preservation Society of Charleston. Dear board members, the Preservation Society would like to thank the applicant for reaching out to us on this request. We are generally comfortable with how the proposal has progressed and find many adjustments made from the previous version positive, including the incorporation of additional windows on the north and south elevations and increased depth of the roof form on the hotel. We do encourage close scrutiny of the materials and details at this stage of review, which will be crucial to get right on such a major development. We would like further information on the type of stucco system proposed for the hotel and condo buildings and how the execution of details, including cornices, seals, and headers, will be handled in stucco material. This will be especially important for review at the mock-up phase. Also, we have concern with the depth of the windows, which was a staff comment brought up at the last meeting. Currently, the windows appear rather shallow, and we would encourage setting the windows deeper into the wall construction. Finally, we felt the rustication of the stone at the base of the 3-story building along the low line was successful in providing visual interest and texture at the pedestrian level. And we would encourage reintroducing the keystone arches above the openings shown in the previous iteration. Thank you for your consideration of our comments. Sincerely, Erin Minigan, Director of Historic Preservation. And Linda, if you will confirm that you don't see any other public comments, that would be awesome.
There's no further public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. That concludes public comment. We will now move to city staff comments and recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff comments. Number 1. I think these might have been copied from a different, but I have a copy of them. So I'm going to read them if you don't mind just following along by ear instead of by the screen. Number 1, in general, the project has changed little from when we last saw it, and the staff continues to appreciate the below grade parking, attention to addressing the low line, the breaking up of the massing into multiple expressions, and the amount of open space dedicated to the public. Number 2, while materials are well noted and color palettes displayed, the applicant should specifically identify any perceived long lead time items for which they may be requesting approvals at final submittal. Number 3, the roof material at the boutique hotel is not noted. This should be a hand crimped standing seam roof. Staff recommendation, we recommend preliminary approval with board and staff comments, and just let me know if you need me to repeat any of those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Parrish. That was clear to me. Any board member need those repeated or clarified?
I do not.
Hearing none, we will now have the applicant's response to either the public comment or city staff comments and recommendation.
Yes, I'd like to note that the roof on the boutique building, which is the small 3-story building on the low line, we are anticipating that's going to also be the terracotta style roof like the hotel tower, and that the keystone elements on the rendering just fell off, and we will make sure to include those in the next submission.
Thank you, Mr. French. Does that conclude your remarks?
Yes.
All right, we will now move to a board discussion and potential vote. What say my fellow board members regarding 411 Meeting Street?
I agree with staff comments, and while it might be somewhat of a surprise to my preservation colleagues, I think that the PSC and HCF both had some important points. The window depth is something that I noted as being lacking in the detailing, for example. But there's one thing that was a staff comment last time that was adopted in the motion, and I think it's pretty critical to the material quality of the project that we minimize the amount of stucco on this building. Stucco on frame at this scale has proven to be very challenging in Charleston. And while Charleston is noted for its stucco architecture, that's a completely different type of stucco and a completely different type of wall. And I don't think that the condo and hotel towers being rendered in stucco frame is going to be successful at all. And one of the staff comments was that it should be a washed brick. And I think that's important. And I think that's an important part of the architectural merit of this project, that we use that brick and avoid that stucco. I know that there's several technical reasons why one material might be favored over the other, but as I said before, our experience at the board level has been that stucco at this scale is just apt to fail. I do not have enough confidence in it for such a marquee project such as this.
Thank you, Mr. White. Further board comment?
Mr. Chair, this is James Metter.
Yes, sir.
I agree with Jay's comments. And I agree with the staff comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further board comments?
This is Lyuda Sobchuk. I'm also in agreement with staff comments, and again, some of the comments from the Preservation Society and Historic Charleston Foundation, depths of the windows. I think that such a large and kind of homogeneous facade of the hotel. Yes, we are addressing a little bit more of the pedestrian level of this 3-story, but a little bit more interest on stories above is, I think, is important. The roof line is kind of all. This building does not fit for me into the Charleston fabric. Actually, it reminds me more Floridian latest projects. Nevertheless, I think the whole complex is seems like going in the right direction altogether. And at the last, the stucco will be problematic in the longevity of this material. So I think we need to introduce into that comment as a really strong suggestion not to use stucco.
Thank you, Ms.
That's it.
Further board comment? I would just comment that given the nature of the impact of this building on the skyline and its opportunity to be a landmark or marquee location, that I would have to agree with those comments related to the richness of detail and the opportunity to really show some beautiful finishes and detailing, also depth in the facade. And so I think the amount of attention paid to the architectural details, fenestration is very important for such a large project. And I would also support my fellow board members' comments regarding stucco being used on this scale on this structure. Any further board comment? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion from any board members.
I've got one sketched out. It's a little longer because I think that's pertinent here. I'll make a motion for deferral with board and staff comments with particular emphasis on richer detailing, greater depth in the facades, and elimination of stucco on frame.
Mr.
I will second that.
Mr. White, could I get you to repeat that because I'm writing it down so that I can read it back and not do it again?
All right. So I'll repeat it. It's deferral with board and staff comments with particular emphasis on richer detailing, greater depth in the facades, and elimination of stucco on frame.
Mr. White, your motion, as I understand it and have written it down, is that you move for deferral with board and staff comments, particularly in regards to detailing, depth of facade, and elimination of stucco on frame construction.
Yep.
I've heard that motion, and I believe Mr. Metters seconded it. Do you second it in the form that I read it back, Mr. Metters?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. We have a motion by Mr. White and a second. I will proceed to call the roll. Ms. Sobchak, how do you vote on this project?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Scott?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Metters?
Yay in favor.
Mr. White?
Yay in favor.
And myself, yay in favor. That is a unanimous vote for deferral with board and staff comments regarding detailing, depth of facades, and elimination of stucco on frame construction in this project. Thank you to the applicant for presenting this evening.
Thank you, board. Agenda item number 5 is 194 Cannon Street. This is the hotel. Request preliminary approval for new construction of a 175-room hotel. Height district is 85-125, and this is in the Old City District.
And
we have some context slides here. This is an aerial of the site. As I said, the address is 194 Cannon. It's sort of tucked up in there between Spring and Cannon, just before the bridge on the west side of the peninsula. That's Lockwood, I believe. This is the existing site, photo taken from Cannon Street. This is the old Wendy's in the distance there. And this is a photo from Spring Street. This is a photograph looking west across the site. And this is looking east with the project on the left side of the screen. Previous motion was conceptual approval, including board comments and staff comments, and request great attention to proposed metal on the facade. That was October 28th, 2020. We will have the applicant.
thank you so much. We will now hear from the applicant. Who do we have presenting tonight?
I think it'd be fun to just randomly pick somebody. See how they do.
We've got Nate Dittman. We've got Mr. Dittman here, and I'll look for other people as well.
Thank you so much. We'll begin with Mr. Dickman unless there's an objection.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Oh, great, great. I'm with Remark Studio, so thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. Am I able to control this hand at all, or just say next slide?
You can direct Mr. Courtney, who's very skillful with this, to any particular aspect of the page, or tell him to advance or do the next slide, but you yourself do not have control.
All right.
Excuse me, Nate. This is Jeffrey Rendering with L3P. If you don't mind, I'd like to start and then I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, great. I'm glad
you
you were able to.
Yeah. Well, thank you, board and Tori and John, for meeting with us tonight. As you can see, we received a lot of positive move notes from the last conceptual BAR, so I won't reiterate those. But we did receive about 4 comments for areas for restudy. First comment was referring to the top quote unquote cornice level of the main block, which we're kind of calling the tall tower. Reads as a much heavier component. Staff recommends restudy here to lighten this element. Our response, we feel that this top cornice level is an extension of the curved corner and therefore wants to be of the same material palette and language. Also note that board comments that we listed below there, board comment number, number 2 there refers to that the top floor did seem very airy and glassy. The second staff comment referring to the base and requesting higher quality materials and or a level of detailing to enhance the pedestrian experience. So we did incorporate extensive brick detailing and metal frames around the glazing at the ground floor. A custom FRP panel for the knee walls below the glazing was designed as well. And those answers kind of go for number 2 and number 3, both referring to the ground floor materials. And then number 4 was referring to the 2 options that we showed at the landscape design along the north side of the building. And you might want to go ahead to the next 2 slides from now. Might be easier to talk about this. So talking about that, the landscape area to the north of the tall tower there. And we kind of proposed 2 solutions last time. Well, we showed 2 options and kind of recommended 1 solution there. And that was to put the sidewalk right up against the building, which we have a very high contrast from elevation. So our floor is at 9, the site is roughly around 7.5 to 6.5. And so we felt that the sidewalk being up against the building kind of provided awkward views into the interiors. So we wanted to actually plant that with a landscaped berm with some seating areas, and Nate will talk a little bit further about that. So we kind of merged the 2 options that we previously had before. So Nate, if you want to speak.
Sure, thanks, Jeffrey. So I'll just talk about the north side first, and then hardscape in general, and finally the entry plaza on the south side. As Jeffrey said, that north sidewalk, we reduced the built-in bench by 1 just to accommodate that grade change with the plant beds and plants contained in there. You'll also notice on the south side, or I'm sorry, on the north side, the retaining wall at the northeast corner, near the northeast corner, was pulled back to treat that grade change and avoid needing a railing over there. Looking at the just hardscape materials in general, we have, sorry. So our hardscape materials, generally, we just have bluestone in 2 different alignments, and it's 12 by 18. The wider, or the primary bands of bluestone you see there in the plaza align with the pilasters in the building. And then we also have cobble paving, granite cobble paving with permeable setting in majority of the plaza. The granite curb that enters at the right of way comes into the plaza, and then it's a flush condition once it's out of the right of way. Looking also at the south side, so So I guess that just speaks to the restudy number 3 comment about high quality materials. We've simplified it, so it's bluestone and cobble. The south side sidewalk along Cannon, excuse me, brings users into, as I guess if you're traveling east, brings users into the shade garden below the Little Wing, smaller building. And a revision from last time is that users are able to exit and get back to the street if they would like to avoid interactions with vehicles. So users have options. We also have an inviting plaza in the southeast corner. So we've revised that. That's now just 3 risers above the street level. And so there's just a grade change of 3 risers between the southeast corner and the level of the entry plaza. We also have quite a few trees on that southeast side, some lawn, and a lot of plantings to soften that large paved area, but also keep it open for pedestrian movements all over, but also east to the garage area. And Jeffrey, I don't know if you want to speak about the garage yet, or?
No, we'll wait for the next presentation to do that. But the one thing I did want to call attention to is you can see from the conceptual BAR site plan to the left and the preliminary one here on the right, the extra wide planting strip along the new driveway between the garage site and the hotel site on the conceptual, that verge was shifted to the garage portion. And this was kind of a conversation with SCDOT and the city that we go ahead and create the final curb along the hotel side. So when the city does gain access control of this new driveway and turn it into the 6-foot right of way, that there'll be less disruption along that edge, around the hotel edge. If you can go ahead and go to page 11. These are just additional renderings, but they show the same. Thank you. Oh. Back up 2 slides, yeah. One more, please. All right, thank you. So here you can see the before, the conceptual and the current design here along Spring Street as you're heading towards West Ashley. I think a couple items to note. Obviously, the building majorly has stayed the same. It appears the same. Due to some program changes, as we further develop the site and the building, the taller tower did grow in width, planned south towards Spring 3 feet. And so that was really incorporated into the metal curb section, as you can see on the right side of that rendering there. If you want to go to the next slide, we can see that a little bit larger. So we have additional glass and now at that curved corner. So we still keep the same overall proportions and massing and scale. So the other change was in the upper left corner. Previously, we tried to put glazing along the top floor all the way across to the south side of the building there. That louvered section now is for the rooftop mechanical yard, which is open air. And so unfortunately, we needed additional airflow in that location. So we had to add some louvers. But we kept the framing of the windows, that same kind of divisions of 3 going through that. And so they'll be finished out just like the storefront system. Next slide, please. Here's the comparison at the curved corner entry, again, along Spring Street there. You can, again, see how the building grew slightly and incorporated into the glass. Additional changes were the canopy, a little more refined. We have a kind of C-channel edge there now. And we also showed in the details with a soffit panel, aluminum soffit panels and integral lighting into that. The storefront system on the ground floor also changed to be more in the window family instead of just a clunky storefront system. And the second floor lights were divided up with thin muttons as opposed to the heavier storefront sections. Next slide, please. You can see this a little bit larger. Next slide. Here you can see the view from Haygood Street and heading towards the new extension. Again, from this view, nothing really has changed architecturally. Architectural wise, we will see in the next slide, a couple slides later, we'll have some updates to the VTEC screening, so we can keep moving forward. You can go next slide, please. You can see that a little bit larger. Next slide. Here's that elevation kind of detailed shot rendering up the building around the 5th and 6th floor level. And the big change here is, again, that VTEC screenage. The windows changed slightly to be of a gram window system in lieu of a storefront system. And at the VTEC screens, we are required to have a horizontal louver for the airflow and exhaust of that system, and to also prevent water from infiltrating behind that. But we elected to design a custom medallion screen that would be placed in front of that horizontal louver, again, creating an architectural feature out of that element that moves up the building very nicely. Next slide will show it a little bit larger. And that medallion screen would be of the champagne color. That again is the window mullions, right? The vertical heavier mullions are the bronze, and then the subset mullions and the frame around the outside is the champagne. Next slide, please. Here's a comparison along the Cannon Street Bridge entry. On the west side, where the building had obviously grown at 3 feet to the south, it was mainly taken into the brick pilasters in the middle. So they were previously thinner than all the other pilasters around the building, and now they actually are the same size, same width as all the pilasters around, so that we keep that same rhythm that we had previously. And you can also see on the next slide where we're proposing one of the blade signs for this project. We decided to put this up on the brick tower, one for visibility, but we also wanted to keep the pure form of that lower wing clean and uninterrupted with signage. We also located all the mechanical units up in that top floor, which you'll see in another rendering here coming up, and in lieu of putting any of the units on the low tower itself, because we didn't want to have any additional screening. We wanted that mass and that size to be pure. Next slide, please. This view is from the Cannon Street connector. And again, very similar design. The one change we'll see, if you advance to the next slide. And I think we might need to go one more slide. Here you can kind of see, as we get closer to that lower wing, the bottom right section of the tower, some program obviously needed to move. We're trying to obviously conceal the back of house as much as possible between the two wings, but we did have to relocate one of the back of house rooms, the generator room, to the southeast corner, and we obviously supplied louvers for that. And again, we wanted to continue the language of the storefront system, the mullion pattern in the louvers there. So you can go to the next slide, see that a little bit larger. The other change really on this side was the VTEC screens went from being on the left side of those windows to the right side to the south side of those windows, which as you drive past this way, I think is actually a benefit since they are so far recessed, which is about 11 inches back. As you continue to drive past the building, they'll hide themselves and be concealed by the pilasters. Next slide, please. Here is the comparison at the courtyard entry. The big change here, I think, is again the storefront system being turned into more of a window system. The mullion pattern changing on the second floor. We also needed to have operable windows at the second floor level for smoke evac per code. And so we kept that language going around the whole building regardless if they needed to be in that location. So the window patterning would be the same around the whole ground floor. So some of these windows will not be operable, but they will appear as such. Next slide, please. See that a little bit larger. Next slide. Again, that courtyard view from standing basically just outside of the MUSC garage. You can see the building overall reads the same. At the top floor, you do see those louvers. They were there on the left side. I do apologize. The left side does feel like it's a lot more open air, but you're kind of seeing up through the louvers previously, which I don't think we want to see any of the equipment. So we changed louvers to be more of an upside down V so that would not read through. Next slide, please. See this a little bit larger. And at that southeast corner that Nate was previously speaking about, that terraced area, we also have a proposed monumental building sign there, a very simple, very elegant signage there that we will obviously present and submit as that separate signage package. Next slide, please. Here's the materials. They haven't really changed from the very beginning. We'll have that standard brick that'll be in stack patterns and header patterns as well throughout the project, but that light wash, the brick there. And the mullions would be the champagne color. And we'll also have the medium bronze and the champagne. Those will be an anodized medium bronze metal panel. We'll have that in that curved corner section. Part of that will be FRP for proposing, and some of it will be metal panel. We'll speak to that shortly. And then I just wanted to show a little bit of glass. It's hard to show a sample of glass, but just to say that it will be on clear. There will be no added tint to the glass than what's standard. Next slide, please. If you don't mind, I think we can skip through these elevation comparisons and go through to the enlarged elevations. We can speak more to the materials. So just through a couple slides. I think it should be one more. There we go. Thank you. So here's a typical bay. We're pulling this from the north side of the building, but this is a typical a brick bay around the whole facade. And you can see how what I'm calling pilasters A that flank the big move there are at zero face. And then the windows are set back all the way to 11 inches behind that. Pilaster B is about 2 inches set back, and those spandrel sections, whether it be brick, and we're proposing FRP for the metal look sections to be 4 inches back. And that FRP system would be a metallic 3-coat process painted, factory painted. And this really gives us a lot of durability, I think, obviously constructability. And at the corners, we would also propose using that FRP system. That way we would have less joints, and it's just a little bit more easily constructed. And at the curved section, trying to do the curved section in an ACM would be very much faceted. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be as pure as what we're seeing in these renderings. But an FRP that has that material, that high metallic finish to it, it will appear the same as the metal. And we can be happy to supply you all with samples to see that that comparison between the two materials. Next slide, please. Here's a view at that northwest corner as it turns in that open air terrace. Again, the ground floor is set back really far on this west side. We'll have about 3 steps down, oversized steps, so people can interact with our building along the park side. There is at the base around the entire building, the columns you can see there, it's a set of 6 vertically stacked brick with a 1-inch reveal running bond brick pattern above that. And then we go into a running bond at the columns themselves, or the pilasters themselves. At the base, also to help identify the base below that 4th level, we have a vertically stacked brick there where we will house the lighting that's on the west and along the entries along the north and east. Next slide, please. Just a section looking at the curved corner again. We are proposing that those curved corners be made out of FRP with that high metallic finish. And then once you get past the curved corners, they could become back to the ACM if desired. Next slide, please. I guess, sorry, go back 1 slide if you don't mind. This is the other location we are proposing a blade sign along that Spring Street curved corner section. You can see that in the perspective on the left side there. Next slide, please. And that would be of the same finish material look as a medium bronze. I don't want to bore you with too many details, but we did show you the details here showing how the brick steps back, and we have the stacked brick side bands to those window systems. that are set back the 5 inches, and then the windows additional 6. You can go forward, please. Some additional section details. You can go forward one more. And then looking at a typical bay through that lower wing. Again, here, I think we can do a combination of ACM and FRP. We are proposing FRP at the parapet height. That again will have a long run that'll be without any seams. And likely we would like to suggest it at the base where we believe it'll be more durable than an ACM. A metal panel has the ability to be dented, where the FRP is a stronger material and won't be damaged as easily. Next slide, please. And then here we just have some additional details to show those systems a little bit larger. Next slide. I think this is the canopy detail. Again, shown it being cantilevered out with a C-channel edge, and it'll be the water will actually slope back to a drain towards the building, and it'll be bird's mouth out. And I think that's it for us on the hotel. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The applicant's presentation is concluded. We will move to public comment, starting with any live public comment. Mrs. Parrish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Linda, we have
Justin Schwebler.
Yes.
This is Justin Schwebler with Historic Charleston Foundation again.
Yes, sir.
We would first like to thank the applicants for meeting with us to go over their submittal before tonight's meeting. First, we're pleased to see development of the decorative VTAC panels. This extra detail goes a long way towards making these utility systems a contributing architectural feature. We'd like to see sample materials of the VTAC screens and decorative covers when possible. We also like the development of the Spring Street entrance. The refined glazing patterns and delicate contemporary architectural form create a bright and refined lobby entrance. We do have concerns over the rooftop utility screening on the east elevation. We feel that the utility screens on the Cannon Street elevation will be minimally visible, but having them wrap the corner to the east side is a significant detraction from one of the most visible facades of the hotel. The utility screening should be isolated to the Cannon Street elevation if possible, or the design team should look for a creative solution to make the screening seem more uniform with the glass windows on the upper stories. While we're comfortable with the use of the bronze anodized aluminum panels, we do have some concerns with the material choice and locations of the FRP. We would prefer metal panels be used on these surfaces if possible instead of the FRP, as the aluminum panels are much more durable material. FRP is also subject to accelerated degradation in high humidity and strong UV environments, and can also be compromised by atmospheric salts. All of these things are constant factors in Charleston's harsh coastal environments. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwebler. Any further live public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, let's move back to the Excel spreadsheet. Ms. Parrish, you want to guide me to the first of the written online comments?
Yes, we have Lynn Hanlon of 67 Meeting Street.
I have that. Let's see. I have Ms. Hanlon's comment. The relevant portion of it is that the overall scale is too massive for this gateway location, needs to be scaled back. Next online public comment.
Okay, we also have Jane Barton, who made a broad statement that we should probably read, that just recognizes the Preservation Society.
Yes, she paraphrased, but Ms. Jane Barton of 4932 Parkside Drive says, I support all recommendations of the Preservation Society of Charleston. I assume that's what PSC stands for.
And then we have read this one on a prior agenda item, but Jonathan Jackson's comment was in reference to 4 buildings.
Yes, just for sake of completeness, this new philosophy of every square inch of the real estate being covered by the biggest building possible needs to end. All the Charlotte projects should be in Charlotte rather than Charleston. There's not a drop of architectural merit among the 4, this being one of the 4, of course. All 4 are oversized for the properties, and then the remainder of the comments are not germane.
Linda, do you see any others? We do have a letter from the Preservation Society I can read. But Linda, if you don't mind double checking, I'm going to go
I'm
ahead
not
and read.
seeing-
Do you see any?
I don't see any,
Okay,
but I'll double check while you're
Okay.
reading Preservation Society.
certainly. All right, I'm going to read a letter from the Preservation Society of Charleston. Dear board members, the Preservation Society would like to thank the applicant for reaching out and meeting with us on this project. We have seen improvement in the architectural direction through the design review process, and we appreciate the applicant's response to our input. At this phase of review, we urge careful review of details and material quality. While refinement of details has been largely positive, the BAR principles specifically recommend against the use of synthetic materials like GFRP at the ground level. We are concerned about the performance and finish of this material and feel it would be preferable for the applicant to pursue a higher quality material at the ground floor. Thank you for considering our position in this matter. Sincerely, Erin Minigan.
And that concludes public comments, correct?
As far as I see, yes, sir.
Okay, yes, we will now move to city staff comments and recommendation.
Okay, I'm ready to dig for that one. All right. Staff comments. At the very prominent west elevation, the ground floor was more successful with 3 bays of glazing rather than one of the bays filled with mechanical fins. Is it possible to orient the generator as it was oriented in the conceptual package? Number 2, as noted at the conceptual approval review, the 4th floor cornice detailing should be further developed. Number 3, the pattern on the panels beneath the 1st floor storefront windows is elegant and coordinates with the pattern on the VTEX screen panels. However, we would recommend a restudy of the proposed pattern due to its horizontal emphasis and its inability to respond differently to different panel widths. And number 4, we would recommend continued study of the window recesses for any additional depth and relief. That detail, if you need to see it, is on A3511. Staff recommendation is preliminary approval with staff comments.
Thank you. Would the applicant like an opportunity to respond or clarify anything covered in the public comment period and/or city comments and recommendations?
Yes, John, we would. Just starting off with some of the comments by Justin Swerver with HCF, referring to the louvers along the east side on the top floor there. We do agree with him that glazing would be better. However, we have been trying to work with the mechanical engineers and obviously the fabricators of those units, and we are just unable to provide the required free air space without those additional louvers on that side. I think we can look at potentially making them maybe champagne in color. That may lighten them up a bit and not read as heavy, but we did want to iterate that the need for those. Also, as regards to the FRP, we do feel that it is a comparable product to the ACM and actually will be more durable due to like denting or anything in that matter. It has been seen across other buildings, specifically the Guild at the ground level prior as well. And in regards to the comment here, sorry, on the first comment here on the staff comments, the generator room was oriented previously in a different location. Unfortunately, due to the growth of that generator, it had to be relocated to that southwest corner. We did look at potentially using spandrel glazing in lieu of a full bay of louvers. However, we will need at least a decent sized section of the louvers, so we felt that was more apt to make the whole window with louvers in lieu of doing some spandrel and louvers adjacent to that. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. We will now move to board discussion and a vote. Fellow board members, comments on this project?
Mr. Chair, it's James Winters. I look forward to the mock-up to see the screening on the VTAC units. And I agree with staff's comment about other options for design on that. And my my thought on the blade signs is that they should not be there. And those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Other board members?
I agree with James's comments on the VTAC screening. The way it shows in the drawings is that you have the practical louver that's necessary for the unit, and then there's an applique atop that. And I think I'm concerned that's going to that's not going to have the sort of, it's not going to be a very robust detail in reality, if that makes sense. Also, I'm curious too about a couple of other things. It looks like that the design incorporates some metal trim or brake metal, or maybe shop fabricated metal at the jambs of the windows, as opposed to returning the brick masonry. And I think that's going to have the net effect of appearing to flatten the wall. Because if you look at the jamb conditions in the details, and I'm thinking of one in particular, detail D4 on A3514. If the brick returns, I think you'll get a better perception of depth, because 11 inches is a good bit of recess for the glazing from the face of brick, or at least from the face of pilaster. But that detailing, I think, is going to be problematic if we're trying to emphasize that depth. Other than that, I am comfortable with FRP. There is actually a lot of FRP all over town now, including, yes, at the Guild. But other than that, I agree with staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. White. Further board commentary?
This is Leon Scott. I'm comfortable with staff recommendation and comment.
Any
This
further?
is Luda. Luda Sobchuk. I'm also in agreement with staff comments and all of the spoken members of the board comments. The question is for me, about the top floor and mechanical units, and they cannot be moved inside of the roof, so there will not be a necessity. I probably didn't look enough into the floor plans, but I think that louvering and glazing on that top floor will be kind of controversial for each other. That's the extent of my comments.
Thank you. Any further board comment? Hearing none, Chair would entertain a motion at this time in regards to this project.
Okay. I'll introduce a motion for preliminary approval with board and staff comments.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. White, your motion was for preliminary approval with board and staff comments incorporated. Did I state that correctly?
That's correct.
With a second from Mr. Metters, I'll proceed to call the roll. Ms. Sobchuk, how do you vote on this?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Scott?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Metters?
Yay in favor.
Mr. White?
Yay in favor.
And myself, yay in favor. Vote is therefore 5-4, 0 against, passes unanimously. Preliminary approval with the incorporation of staff and board comments.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, moving right along. Agenda item number 6 is 194 Cannon Street. But this will be the parking garage on this project. The request is for preliminary approval for new construction of the parking garage with ground level retail associated with the adjacent 175 room hotel. Height District 85-125, and this is in the Old City District.
We have some contextual slides.
Let's see if we do. Yes, we do. We have an aerial view here of the site at 194 Cannon. As I stated in the previous agenda item, this is the old Wendy site, and it is tucked in between Spring and Cannon Street, with Haygood sort of going to the north. This is a picture of the former Wendy's, and it is taken from Cannon Street. And this is from Spring Street, so looking south. This is an image looking west across the vacant portion of the site. And this is looking east on Cannon with the project to your left. Previous motion was conceptual approval with staff comments and board comments regarding the building siting. That was on June 10th, 2020.
Thank you. At this time, we will have a presentation by the applicant.
Thank you, John. You can go to page 4, or sorry, the second page. We'll start with the comments. We may be zoomed in. Thank you. So responses to the conceptual comments from the staff, starting with number 2, generally the material is good, again, good quality, but the screening of the garage is inadequate. View of cars and headlights will be very evident. We further studied the screening to conceal cars and headlights. The low walls behind the louvers were previously lower with a cable rail above, and the cable rail was scrapped to raise up that low wall. So the low wall is now at 42 inches above to conceal the headlights. Comment number 3, the retail on the ground level that is open to the east is a good feature to activate the ground level of the garage. I do believe the staff comment was referring to the west side of the garage, which faces the hotel, where we did have a retail entry, and that still remains. Comments number 4 here, the east elevation needs more development. The normal requirement for recessing the garage entry that we normally mention would apply here. So we have done that. The entry is recessed and the materials have been wrapped in all the way to the ramp, which is about 20 feet into the building. Number 5, additional renderings of the north and south sides would be very helpful, which we have included in the set. Number 6, considering continuing the grills, the louvers over the blank concrete walls at the east and west elevation. And this was actually included as well. We extended the louvers all along the east side and the west side, simplifying the overall design partie. The last comment from the staff was, depending on the nature of the retail, the paving at the South Plaza may need to be reduced. And Nate will talk about this again a bit, but the South Plaza was reduced after we did some additional study of the rain garden. It is now roughly about 11 feet deep, and the extra space went into that rain garden to make it a little bit more viable. The one thing I'd like to add, at the previous conceptual design review of the hotel, we asked the board up front that if the garage needed to match the hotel. This was some debate, I think, during that review, and the board did agree that it did not need to match the hotel and be a complete 1-for-1, but it could have some references back. So we did attack that in materials choices. If you can move forward, and I'll turn this back over to Nate to walk through the landscape.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
One more slide. Thank you.
Great. So as Jeffrey said, the most significant change to the site here was suggested in his narrowing of that south side plaza area. All of the number 3s you see on there indicate how that has shrunk back a little bit. So the width there is now just over 11 feet overall, and that gives more space for the verge of the bioswale in front on the south side. It also creates a cleaner condition with the bioswale at the Haygood extension. For a paving, we're referencing the aluminum fins on the structure with 3x12 permeable pavers and running bond. At the retail bays and stair stack on the west side, also the garage entry and egress on the east side, we're proposing similar pavers of a lighter hue that are in a herringbone pattern, and that will play off of similar tile that's on the vertical walls as you enter. So just to accentuate those areas, this is a retail zone in between West Edge and MUSC, and we just want to attract people and, make them want to be there and also be comfortable in that space. On the east side, we've also changed that human egress over there just to accommodate some of the grade change on the east side. So there's now a ramp against the structure and a 5-foot sidewalk. That's the majority of the changes. And I know planting is not, of highest focus tonight, but that wedge on the north side is highly planted. We have structural oak.
Nate, one other thing we wanted to bring up again was just that there were several studies done on this garage of where it should be placed. And I think the board agreed with our placement last time and noticed a very positive that we pushed it up north as far as we could to give this extra green space along the south side that does tie into the hotel as well. You could advance to slide 10 for me. I wanted to start it back here at the bridge level to show the comparison, or really not the comparison, sorry, but the approach into the city now and how the massing works with the little wing of the tower, the hotel wing, and of the MUSC garage. And it creates this nice kind of portal as you enter the city now. The stair tower also references the little wing in proportions in that kind of slot move, and material wise, we're trying to pull in some of the materials of the hotel with the coloration of the brick and of the louvers being the champagne bringing in from those windows. Next slide, please. As we approach closer to the building, actually, if you can go back one slide, we can show the comparison between the two. Thank you. As you approach the garage now closer in, the stair tower is brought down to the ground where before it was cantilevering to make it a little bit more grounded and further articulate the design along the ground floor, the ground activation. The retail entries were recessed where before it was more flat facade. The louvers here have been extended along the full west side. Before we had that kind of concrete wall up in the top left corner. You can see previously behind the palm tree in the rendering above, but now it does extend all the way across. Like I said before, the knee walls, the low walls behind the screens, you can go to the next slide now, sorry, are up at 42 inches, which covers the majority of the vehicle itself, including the headlights. And I think one thing to note, as you'll see through the renderings, if you want to go to the next slide, you'll see as you kind of move around the building, as one would interact with it, you'll get different vantage points through the louvers, but in majority, the direction you will be traveling around this building, you will be fully concealed from the cars. And I think where you see it more straight on, like in this review here, that the louvers are concealing the vehicles similarly to the recent garage approvals around the city and constructions. Here you can see also the connection of that courtyard view with the garage and the hotel and how they play nicely together with the massing and also the material, the brick referencing back to the medium bronze of the hotel in color. And we'll see as we get closer to the detailing that is on that brick itself. Next slide, please. So I think this is a great telling shot as well. I mean, this building is going to be seen mostly from two vantage points. I think, especially as you travel in your car, obviously eastbound on Candace Street, but as you approach the Courtney Cannon intersection, you'll see that this angle and how the louvers do a very good job of concealing the cars behind. The retail entries have been framed up with that metal that again alludes back to the hotel itself, but also as part of our floodproofing strategy. So as we return the metal in the jambs of that opening, instead of having additional angle steel to connect floodproof logs or floodproofing, these will be attached right into those steel frames to keep that very nice and clean when they're not deployed. Next slide, please. Here's a comparison along Bond Street as you would enter the garage. You can see the north side of the building, the mural was removed and replaced with a stucco finished wall that does have a vertical pattern into it. Those vertical stripes that you see, we'll see another view here to show what they reference, but they are 2 inches recessed, and the color of the stucco is playing off the color of the brick itself. So we're going to match that color. Next slide, please. Let's see it a little bit larger here. Next slide, please. So here's a view from the sidewalk across the street on Spring. And you can again see that overall pattern, how it works down the facade. We are unable to punch openings into the side of the building due to the adjacency to the property line. However, if you remember the site plan, it does have that little pie shape in the northwest corner. And so as soon as we get 10 feet and 1 inch away from that property line, we do have some vertical slot openings. And that is what the other recesses are referencing. Next slide, please. And here's that shot from Haygood as you approach a new complex. Again, you can see those vertical slot openings on that west side. Next slide, please. Material palette, is always tough to again show with graphics, but the brick itself, again, would want to tie closely back to the metal of the hotel, the medium bronze, which we would have that as the coping as well. The aluminum frames and openings are the champagne, the anodized champagne metal panel. Again, the stucco color, we did pick a paint color that would match that brick. And the pavers of what Nate was speaking to at the recess entries and in the carport or the car entry as well. Next slide. I won't dwell too much on the elevations, but I did want to stop on this north elevation. If you go one more slide up. Just to show that overall patterning of that north side, that it is not just a simple stucco wall, that it does have some movement and play to it with the recesses. Next slide, please. Sorry, I guess I could probably tell you what to go to.
The bigger walls too, and the railings.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see these in a couple of details. So if you continue to go forward to page 24, please. You can see how those screens have been extended on the east and west side. Here's your typical bay looking through a retail entry. The retail entry is set back about 4 feet in from the outside face. At the base of the brick wall, we have vertical running bond to reference the water table at the hotel. Instead of doing a stack bond here, we did a running bond to play off the kinetic movement of the screening itself. And then we also had that vertical running bond above the signage bands. And then you can see in that section A3 detail there, how the paving, the herringbone paving on the ground wraps up the sides of that entry, becomes part of the feature there. Next slide, please. Here's a section looking through that southwest stair. You can see on the elevation here on the right side, again, how the vertical running bond is stacked or is placed above the openings that runs up the building. We also have that slot added in at the stairs. So as you're traveling down the stairs, you get a great view down the new corridor just to the west of the MUSC garage towards downtown. And the plan down there in the south, you'll see how the pavement does run through the stair. And we are proposing that the stair itself is accented in that champagne color. So we fully painted the railings and the treads and the flooring to pull off a connection to the louvers itself. Next slide, please. Here you'll see the sections that through the vehicle entry, how the materials are wrapped in. And again, that paving pattern is shown on the ground and up the walls. Here we wanted to add a little detailing since it is such a long wall. We didn't want to just blank pavers, that we wanted to play off the fins. So the herringbone pattern, adding an accent paver material in there to play again off of the louvers themselves and how they are jogging as they move up and down the building. Next slide, please. And then one last section looking at the north side of the wall and those openings that we have in the stucco. This egress would also have the materials wrapping in. We were recessing all the doors to the facade. And you can go one more slide, we can see some of the details. The fins will be mounted off a channel along the facade. So that channel, that aluminum channel that runs the length of the building that support the louvers would be in the same colorway to match the stucco. And then the supports coming off to support the fins would be of the fin material and color, so they blend in and not shown as an accent. Signage here, again, that you've seen through the project will be submitted as part of the signage application. We just wanted to show a reference for y'all to see. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to public comment. Do we, Mrs. Parrish, do we have anyone live for public comment?
We have Justin Schwebler of the Historic Charleston Foundation.
All right.
Yes, this is Justin with HCF again. Again, I'd just like to thank the applicants for meeting with us this week to go over these designs. The color palette of the garage is our biggest area of concern. The darker brick seems to be a little bit aggressive of a shade. We feel that while the garage does not need to match the hotel architecturally, the color palette could be more closely matched. Perhaps they use the same light brick as the hotel on the lower story and the stair tower. The renderings show the garage screening as more of a bright yellow when it's supposed to be more closely matched to the champagne. We just want clarification that those colors will match instead of the bright yellow that appears on the rendering. Our other concern is the north side of the garage. This blank stuccoed wall does not match the architectural style or color palette of the hotel or other elevations of the garage. If the wall is going to be left blank, there needs to be some sort of agreement that this will be used as a public mural space. In their presentation to us, they kind of mentioned, I guess, that had been discussed and stepped back from, but we'd like to see that continued. Otherwise, there needs to be a much higher level of development architecturally to make this facade match the color palette or architectural features of the other garage elevations. Thank you.
Thank you. Further live public comment.
Erin Minigan submitted a letter, but I noticed that she is she's in the meeting, so I'm going to turn her on and she may just read that letter. Hi, Erin, can you hear us? Erin?
Hi, Tori, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Thank you. Give me just one moment here to pull up my comment.
Sure. I can read it if you want, but I saw you were there, so.
Thank you. Yes, I just tuned in. Thank you.
Perfect.
All right. Yep. Erin Minigan with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society would like to thank the applicant for reaching out and meeting with us on this project. We feel that there have been improvements to this design since the previous review, namely the extension of the screening to formerly blank wall spaces and the softened color palette. However, we remain concerned with the general architectural direction of this proposal, which does not appropriately relate to the associated hotel building and Charleston's architectural character. The Preservation Society does not feel louvers are the most attractive or effective screening method, and we encourage further study of this primary design element. Additionally, the height of the ground floor still appears compressed, and we were disappointed to see the reduction of retail frontage on the west elevation. Finally, the exposed stair on the west elevation is not refined enough for such a visible primary elevation, and we feel screening should be incorporated on this element as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erin. Any further live public comment?
Linda, I don't see any. Do you?
I don't either.
Hearing or seeing none, we will proceed back to the Excel spreadsheet of online comments. Mrs. Parrish, who do we have first?
Sure, we have Jane Barton's comment.
Having trouble finding it at the moment, Tori. Give me 1 second. I have it now. I don't know why it was doing that. This is the same comment for her other projects. It is, I support all the recommendations of the Preservation Society of Charleston. Further online public comment.
We have Jonathan Jackson's comment again, which addressed 5 agenda items.
Correct. I'll just do it for the sake of completeness.
Sure.
Mr. Jackson's comment is as to all these projects, but the relevant portion is the new philosophy of every available square inch of real estate being covered by the biggest building possible needs to end. These befit Charlotte rather than Charleston. There's not a drop of architectural merit among the four. All are hideously oversized for the proportions. And the remainder of the comment is not germane. Next.
I don't see any more. Do you see any more, Linda?
I don't see any more.
Okay, great. We will therefore move to city staff comments and recommendations.
Okay. Staff observations. Some improvements over the conceptual submittal are noted, which include the addition of a base to the stair tower at the southwest corner, the addition of an opening on the south elevation of the stair tower, an increase to the height of the low walls behind the louvers in an effort to screen headlights, and the straightening of the retail bay frames. At the June 10th, 2020 meeting of the BARL, in which the parking garage earned conceptual approval, there was some discussion and indication that the garage might be treated as a separate project with potentially a different architectural language. Because the hotel design progressed separately, we do believe that these should be looked at once more in relation to one another as depicted in the applicant's most recent submission renderings. Staff comments, number 1, consider how the parking garage and the hotel relate to one another and consider incorporating some similar languages between the two. A starting basis for the visual connection could be the similar masses of the stair element on the parking garage and the smaller element of the hotel. Number 2, provide refinement to the stair tower at the southwest corner. Study the colors of the internal elements of the tower and frame on the west elevation. This is the dominant element on the building and therefore the focal point. The view into the large opening of the stair element feels unrefined and utilitarian. Number 3, provide clarity on the sheen of the aluminum louvers and frames. They appear to be very reflective in the renderings. Number 4, while the fins will screen the view into the garage along the south elevation from a moving car, they do not successfully screen the view into the garage on the west elevation from a moving car from the bridge, as evidenced on page A0101. At this location, the viewer is parallel to the fins and at a higher elevation. Number 5, consider the addition of other vertical elements to the base structure or framework of the garage to increase the vertical proportions of the overall appearance. Number 6, consider other methods for screening the solid wall at the north elevation. The vertical recesses are helpful and they do reflect the fins, but they are quite shallow. And number 7, while the retail is great for the ground floor, we would recommend considering what can be done to encourage the success of the retail establishments that would occupy the spaces facing Cannon Street, such as perceived safety from the street for any outdoor uses. Our recommendation is deferral with staff and board comments.
Thank you very much. Would the applicant like the opportunity to respond?
Yes, please. In regarding to the louver colors, I just want to say that they will not be yellow. They will be, and of course, be the champagne in color. So we do apologize that the renderings appear to be more yellow or shiny or glowing. That would not be the case. They would be the anodized champagne color. The north wall conversation, I think, is a good conversation to continue to have. The wall does need to be durable and it needs to be articulated. We do understand that. So that's the intent was behind the recesses in that stucco finish and to keep it simple and not over call attention to itself. The brick colors, I think we definitely can study that, continue to study what if it wants to be the light to match the brick or match the hotel or the same brick, or if I'd like to hear what the board's thoughts are, if it should stay in that darker medium bronze kind of color range. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to board discussion and a potential vote. What would my fellow board members like to say in relation to this project?
I'll start this one. I think, I'll make sure I'm not muted. I think one thing that we have to keep in mind is that this did get conceptual approval prior to conceptual approval for the hotel and itself, but the building having conceptual approval means that the general architectural direction for this project is established. And some of staff's comments, I think, veer awfully close to a change in architectural direction, which we don't really have the authority to do. I think staff comments about the detailing and strategy of the key elements like the stair tower, those are really apt. And I think that the north wall is a pretty important piece. You know, I didn't mind the idea of some form of mural. I think that's actually, you know, a pretty good solution to thorny problems like this. I completely understand why that wall is largely blank, but it's reminiscent at a much smaller scale to the west facade of the now city-owned parking garage at 999 Morrison Street at the Charleston Tech Center. Now, this building, the wall in question is about 6,000 square feet. At the Tech Center, it's the size of a football field, but it's entirely blank. And they attempted to do a pattern in the concrete and it didn't really work. The pattern's not visible. And I don't think that this strategy of a striated stucco facade is really going to work either. I think it's got to be a lot more vibrant, even though it may someday be covered up by whatever replaces that sad little Burger's Bagels, or formerly Burger's Bagels. And then I had a couple of comments about what you see when you go through the louvers. I think that the concrete masonry wall is an appropriate way to shield views of car bumpers. But what you really will notice is anything that's suspended from the ceiling or the underside of the deck above, you know, light fixtures, electrical conduits, exit signage, you know, traffic signage, all that stuff needs to be very carefully considered because it'll be very visible from certain points of view. Maybe not as you drive down, you know, the highway at 55 miles an hour, but you know, for the much hoped for pedestrian on the sidewalk will definitely see it. And it'll have a huge impact on the architecture. Same thing is true. One of the details in the project, I didn't write down which one it was, but as the stucco comes down the face of those block walls and then turns underneath the concrete slab of the parking deck itself, it just extends back about a foot and then stops. And that's a very awkward transition that I think needs development as well. I actually think this project, you know, with those comments and some of the comments of staff, accepting comment number one, this project could get preliminary and move forward in my view.
Thank you, Mr. White. Further board comment?
Sure, Mr. Chair, this is James Metters. Once again, Jay has, I think he's right on, especially with his comments about the Tech Center. We spent some time looking at that a few months ago, and we definitely need to relook at the north elevation and look how to refine those details or create an application which may be a mural that does not result in what happened at the Tech Center. Some of the slides that were being shown, and then when I looked at the driveway, I looked at the photographs, clearly what you will see at nighttime up through the louvers can be reduced with another application on the interior of those louvers. And I'm sure it's a great design team, so they can work those details out. And the other, which I understand that the louvers are not yellow, but again, during the mock-up review, just making sure that we have a good visual on those louvers.
Thank you, Mr. Metters. Further board comment?
This is Luda Subchuk. I have not participated in the previous review of the conceptual design, but I think the project is interesting architecturally. It's a bit of the avant-garde for Charleston as far as the treatments of the opening of the large opening of the garage structure. But yes, the north side, north wall, it's sort of so different from the rest of the treatment of the buildings that it needs much more attention. Mural will be interesting if, but maybe it needs more sculptural approach, and maybe green wall or introducing some application of metals and things like that. Otherwise, it will be a bit of the eyesore. But in general, for me, and there's some comments in staff comments that are really appropriate. But again, for me, I think it's ready for next step of design. So I don't think it needs to be deferred at this time.
So, Mr. Chair, this is James. I'd like to modify something I said. And that is because of how strongly I feel about that north wall. And I combine that with the fact that Tori indicated that she would like to have it deferred. I would support deferral.
Thank you. Further board comment.
Lawrence, could you flip back one slide so we can see the first 6 staff comments? Yeah, I think James may be right. You know, the Charleston Tech Center, not to draw too close of a comparison because the scales of these two projects are radically different. It started out at conceptual, they were proposing a mural of some sort on that wall. It came back during preliminary, like, well, we're going to try a different strategy, and then we should have taken another look at it, you know, because it's this wall will have a big impact. People drive past, thousands of people drive past that thing every day. So although I don't really want to divert from the architectural direction of the project to make it now more specifically harmonious with the hotel, because the hotel is a different building altogether, and it's always been proposed to be such. So I'm going to introduce a motion for deferral with staff comments accepting number 1 and board comments.
I'll second that.
Okay, Mr. White, your motion, as I have written it down, is a motion for deferral, saving and accepting staff comment number 1, but with board and staff comments.
That's correct.
And Mr. Metters, you continue to second that motion?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I will proceed to call the roll. Mrs. Sobchak, how do you vote on this project?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Scott?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Metters on this motion?
Yay in favor.
Mr. White on this motion?
Yay in favor.
And myself on this motion, yay in favor. Matter is deferred, saving and accepting staff comment number 1, but incorporating other staff and board comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to the
Thank you.
All right, and that brings us to our last agenda item number 7.
And I need to recuse for this one as well, so I think I'll just sign off.
Okay.
And,
thank you, Jay, for your
take an early dinner.
Good for you.
All right.
We're gonna need to
See you
bring
later.
in.
May I ask you something?
Yes.
Did we get away from this 10-minute presentation?
Yes, yes. We need to take a quick break if we could.
No. What I'm saying is not the break I'm looking for, but and that's good too. But you know, we used to have applicant has 10 to 15-minute presentation, and we're going on and on and on. But so I'm just asking why we have not.
Technically, we do. Luda, I have maybe, and this is my lack of experience, and I can certainly learn from you all, I'm well aware of the 10-minute limit. My thought had been to prevent less back and forth or creating new ground for the applicant to take us on diversionary trips, was to let them state their case a little more completely, even though we were over time. What I will do to be helpful as a courtesy is actually keep the 10-minute time and ask that the applicant extend, but I would suggest to you that unless it's just egregious, I'm probably going to do that extension, because I think letting the applicant state their case and cutting back down on some of the back and forth may actually be a way to save some time. But again, I'm a novice in this regard, and I can be educated.
Well, I didn't know what was happening.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
Thank you, Jake.
Okay.
Take care.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we need to take a 5-minute break, or should we keep going?
I'm ready to press ahead unless someone has a need.
I can get you introduced.
That'll be fine.
And we also need to bring in Mr. Favor.
I think he's in.
Eddie, can you unmute yourself and let us know you can hear us? I think you can.
All good.
There he is.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good evening.
And thank you for subbing in tonight.
Not at all. Thank you all.
Thank you for joining us. All right, agenda item number 7 is 295 Calhoun Street. This is the request for conceptual approval for new construction of a mixed-use development and requesting 1 additional story based on architectural merit and context. This is Charleston Village, Height District 7, Old City District. This is an aerial view for context. The north side of this property is on Calhoun Street, just east of the James Island Expressway. And on the south side is the Alberta Long Lake. Charleston Village is to the south and east. And look at, that's like my hand. And then the medical district is on the north side of the project with the Roper Hospital directly across. Okay. All right, some contextual photos from the ground level. This is coming off of the James Island Expressway. You're gonna see the Ashley House on the right and a hospital there on the left. The site's right in front of you, just in the distance. This is the existing site before demolition. The demolition permit for this building was within the last year. But this is looking south from Calhoun Street into the project site. And this is looking northeast on Calhoun Street, sorry. This is looking north across, I keep saying Cannon, but Calhoun over at the Roper Hospital. Another aerial view with the Alberta Long Lake on the right. And that's the old building that sits on the site there. All right, we'll have the applicant present.
Okay, who do we have appearing on behalf of the applicant this evening?
So you have Jason Long here. Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Long.
Hi, Jason.
Great. And also Jan McCovnick.
Jan McCovnick, nice to meet you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, and thank you.
The floor is yours. You've heard what I said. I think you've heard what I said just before this session. There's normally a 10-minute time limit for the applicant. I'll remind you when that 10-minute passes. Be pretty liberal about extensions, but just try to be mindful of that.
Yes, sir. And members of BAR, thank you for considering our project tonight on a long night for everybody, but we're very excited about this project. So thank you for your time. Mr. Chairman, I would request, if it's okay, we'll try to keep it to 20 minutes, but we are respectful of everybody's time, and we'll skip through the slides and we'll not dwell on every single slide in this presentation.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you, members of BAR, and thank you also special thank you to Tori and Lawrence. Over the past several months, we've met with them, and they've provided great comments, and I think where we started even back in January to where we are today, we have a much better project. And so we're thankful for that. So we're here tonight to discuss 295 Calhoun Street. And Lawrence, if you'll just one context slide, I will not go through all of our context slides, which were zoned MU1 in the 7-story height district. But could you please skip ahead to page 9? And this is one more. I'm sorry, page 9. There we go. This is just a slide that was provided to us by the city that shows the outline of the medical district. We did purchase the site from MUSC, and we are within the medical district of Charleston. So obviously we're relating to several different areas here, but we are in fact in the medical district, just as just for a context reminder there. So we are here requesting architectural merit tonight. We are in the 7-story height district and requesting the 8-story. However, the resulting height that we are requesting is a total of 7 feet. Our original design, we're looking at 85 feet, and this is a 92-foot story, 92-foot height building that we're proposing here. So again, just so this is 7 feet additional height that we are requesting. Lawrence, if you'll skip to page 15, and I'll describe why we are requesting the additional 7 feet. Okay, thank you. So this shows our site plan, and if you can see the west side, we have increased our side setback by to be 44 feet. So when we have essentially shrunk our building horizontally, we are requesting the 7 feet in height. However, we actually have less units in this design versus the previous 7-story design. This 44 foot setback on the west side, the reason for that is to construct a linear public park that will connect Calhoun Street to Alberta Long Lake. This park will be improved with landscape and hardscape. It will provide a connection to the medical district to Alberta Long Lake, and so it's of great public interest in our opinion. Also, in meeting with our neighbors in the medical district, it's very important to them as well. In addition to this public park and connection, we are also going to provide a stormwater easement underneath. So this will be dedicated to the city of Charleston, and a stormwater easement from Calhoun Street through our property to Alberta Long Lake. This has never been available to the city before, and we have met with Matt Fountain, and there is a letter provided in our presentation that we won't flip to. But Matt Fountain, while it is has not been designed, he has stated that he looks forward to working with us to design this, and this is a great opportunity for the city. This would provide the ability to relieve flooding in the medical district, which we all know is a major problem. And we're very excited about the potential for this public improvement. In addition to this, this area will be dedicated to the city of Charleston that we are giving up for our site. Just as a footnote, the land cost of this area is over 1.6 million that we will be dedicating to the city. So I'm going to move to some offsite improvements, and Tori has requested that we be very specific about what's on site. The public park that I just mentioned, that is on our property, versus the proposed offsite improvements. Lawrence, if you could skip to page 16, just one page. Thank you. So this shows the same site plan, but also proposed offsite improvements around Alberta Long Lake. The first thing that we'd like to speak to is a walking trail that will be improved. So this includes landscape improvements, substantial park improvements, and a walking trail that will provide an amenity for the neighborhood and the medical district around Alberta Long Lake. This is a great amenity for exercise, outdoor activity for everybody in this area. It also improves just the aesthetics of Alberta Long Lake, whereas it looks somewhat shabby right now. Hopefully I'm not offending anybody, but we think it can be vastly improved, and we're well aware of the use and the aesthetic qualities of Colonial Lake, and think this can be similar to that. In addition, you'll see number 3 there. That is a boardwalk. That is, again, a public improvement that is over the water over Alberta Long Lake, which is owned by the city of Charleston. This is a 20-foot boardwalk, and it will complete the loop of the walking trail around Alberta Long Lake. This also will connect to the linear park, which will connect to Calhoun Street, and providing access for the medical community and any pedestrians walking along Calhoun Street. So again, this is a public improvement with to fully provide a loop and a walking trail and an amenity around Alberta Long Lake. If we can go to slide 14, Lawrence. We think just as important as the attractive physical boardwalk and walking trail are improvements that we can make to flooding to the area. It's important to us and our property and our project to be successful, and it's obviously important to everybody in Charleston, and particularly the 2 basins that we're located near. So first, if you look at the bottom left arrow, we are proposing an improved control structure, which is essentially a valve that will allow us to stop the flow of the tide coming into the lake when we see a major weather event coming. This will provide for essentially a detention pond that can be raised and lowered to provide capacity for flooding in the area. We had 2 engineering firms, actually. You see Thomas and Hutton here. They're our engineer. We also had another engineering firm look at this early on in Charleston. And the numbers that have been confirmed are when there is standing water in the Calhoun West Basin, there's approximately 1.4 million gallons of water in the street during a major weather event. By dropping the level of the lake by 1 foot, we're able to provide over 3 million gallons of capacity for stormwater. So this is very significant, and we are very interested in working with the city. Matt Fountain has expressed his interest in this as well. We have also met with Waggoner Ball, who you know through the Dutch dialogues, and they considered this improvement and the ones around the lake. Their term was low-hanging fruit that we can work on to improve flooding in this basin and the MUSC basin as well. In addition to the check valve that we're putting in, there's also an inflow pipe that we would improve that comes in from the Charleston Village area. So you'll see that on the right side of the pond, on the east side of the pond in this exhibit. Lastly, you'll see the connection to the MUSC basin. So this is flipping back to the on-site improvements. So there's on-site flood improvements as well as off-site flood improvements considered here on this slide. Okay. We're going to move to context. and I'm going to, oh, I'm sorry, Lawrence, if you could go to page 17, 18, and 19, just flip through those briefly. These are renderings of the existing condition around Alberta Long Lake, as well as the proposed improvements of the ring trail, the walking trail, as well as proposed park improvements. And as we considered architectural merits, before we go over to Jan, we considered this building having 4 sides, and it relates to 4 different areas that we're located in. First, the Calhoun Street side relates to the medical district, of course. We are across from the Children's Hospital, which is over 200 feet in height. We relate to the Roper building across the street. We relate to the Ashley House condominiums. When we are considering Calhoun Street, it's a different relation than the water side, public park side, and Halsey. The lake side of our property will have more glass as it relates to the water, with views for our residents. The public park side has a design with some side porches, which are very Charleston-esque, and it activates the public park related to our property. And finally, the Halsey Boulevard side, we have stepped the building back for the pedestrian experience to feel more walking along a 3 or 4 story building rather than an 8-story building. This is in response to meeting with the neighborhood. And lastly, on context, as we have met with the historic with Historic Charleston and the Preservation Society, we have met with them twice, and I think many of the comments that we've seen on email blasts, also in the news, fundamentally probably relate back to zoning more so than they do to our design, as we have heard comments and provided relief. Yet I think the ultimate comments relate back to the zoning and a disagreement on the fundamental zoning of this property. We did go through 2 zoning processes where we were approved unanimously by the Planning Commission twice and City Council twice. And I do want to speak to an email comment that we saw, I believe, from the Historic Charleston that was really
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So I don't know how far we are into this, but we haven't even gotten to the architectural part of the project
We
yet.
have about 5 minutes by my count in the presentation.
Okay.
Lastly, just want to speak to some counterfactual comments on flooding. By ordinance, we have to reduce our flooding by 20% with the city, and also with everything that you've seen. We're very eager to improve flooding in the surrounding area. With that, I'll turn it over to Jan with DCS to speak about the building and architecture.
Okay, if we can go to slide number 21. This is just very briefly looking at the aerial views of the site from 2 different vanishing points here, showing the medical district buildings and the buildings that are surrounding our site, and the closest buildings that you could see, and when you walk around, drive around, which is the Roper Hospital, just right across the street from our site, the Children's Hospital, and then the Ashley House condominium buildings. Next, please. These are just a few slides, and we can flick quickly through it. These are just some views on a Calhoun Street, A, B, D. It's the Calhoun Street looking east, as well as east, getting closer to the site. And Roper Hospital on the F, that's also that's the Calhoun Street view. Next, please. These are some just views, and as Jason mentioned, the site needs to, and the building needs to respond to a very different environment. So we can see these 2 slides here just showing the lake area, the large vast open space. And one more slide, G, which is the Calhoun Street going east. Next, please. When we did look at the buildings, we look at two options for the footprint of the building. One was original, just a shorter building that would be a wood frame building at 85-foot height, as Jason described. But then when we decided to go with a more open space and a linear park that would connect and create direct connection from Calhoun Street towards the boardwalk, we decided to create this additional open space. By doing that, we wanted to capture some more units. So what we decided was just to add another floor to the building. And this fact actually changed the building type from a wood frame to a concrete. So we managed to do, please, next slide. What we managed to do, next, please. What we managed to do was, although we did increase the height of the building by one additional floor, but because a concrete frame requires less floor-to-floor height, we just managed to add another floor, but just increased the height of the building by just seven feet, and created this really nice open space, which is about 40 feet wide and connects all the way to the lake and creates a public park. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. This is just a conceptual sketch that when we started to study the building and the site, it's a relatively large site. We decided that the building needs to have kind of three elements with the east and west wings, that they are read as a separate volumes, and then the center of the building, which will help with the scale and organization of the building, and also creates a unique opportunities doing some different massings from different aspects, different angles. Because as we said, the Halsey side is different from Calhoun, that is different from the park side, is different from the lake side. So we wanted to make sure that building would respond correctly to all of these different sides with its proper scale. Next, please. And now I'm going to go just quickly. We did these couple photo montages just to see the building in the context. This is on a Calhoun Street looking east, with the Roper Hospital building on the left and the Children's Hospital on the left as well. Our building is significantly shorter than the Children's Hospital, and it's slightly taller than the Roper Hospital building, but it does have some of the common elements, and we believe it would create nice composition, as you see with the street. Next, please. Now we're going to go to just quickly some views. What we did in here, this is the corner of Calhoun and Halsey, and we created a central, the corner entrance here for the residential. We activated all the corners of the building, and we carried this entrance all the way through the building to create a unique condition. Next, please. This is another shot on a Calhoun Street looking closer up. You see the relationship of the existing Roper Hospital and our building with the corner entrance. Next, please. It's another one. We can skip the one. The next one, please. Now we're gonna just, again, we try to look at some of the building that surround us, that there are contexts within the medical district, and we try to repeat some of the elements of the buildings, but be something unique, but still kind of try to blend in and respond to what's around us. So we started to introduce some kind of a vertical elements that we can read on the, let's say, on the Ashley House, under the Children's Hospital. Next, please. And also responding to the lake and the larger scale fenestration that we can do towards the open area of the lake when it's a large, rather open rather than the street level, introducing more glass, similar what we see on the Children's Hospital building, but we would do it a bit more in traditional way. But again, opening up the views and using larger scale elements facing the water. Next, please. These are just some other elements in here, the corner entrance, the verticality, and some vertical breaks that we created on the building, similar that we've seen used on a Roper Hospital. Next, please. Then we also felt that, okay, the building is a medical district, but what about the Charleston itself and the historic elements that we've seen around? And what you see on this one is, this is our linear park, and what it depicts is actually a base of the building facing it on the west side, showing these balconies or porches or piazzas, if you will, with these kind of narrow, what we've seen in the single homes, these narrow, deep backyards that would be the linear park, with the porches lineating in and activating and making feel a safe environment. Next, please. Then we also look at some of the buildings that are in Charleston, like this one. that creates the corner elements, the corner entrance, creating the similar composition of the more classical buildings when you see the base, the middle, and the top, and repeat some of that, create a more vertical double hung windows with the vertical proportions. Next, please. Then we also liked some of the other element on the Mills House Hotel building, where with a big stronger cornices, we felt that this would be a strong element on the building that would tie all three sides of the building together. Repeat that. Also introduce some second story cantilever balconies, what you see also in our case on the Calhoun Street above the sidewalk. Next, please. And now we're going to just go quickly around the building, showing a different condition. This is Calhoun and Halsey corner with the residential entrance, and all the corners again activated. We are using a 1 to 2 story base, what you see here, with the 2 volumes that we shown on the sketch before. They break up the scale of the building, coming out a little bit as a cantilevered pieces, but still, having these elements, but still creating a wide pedestrian experience realm that would be addition to a 10-foot normal sidewalk with some bay windows. Next, please. The materials on building would be quite high-end materials, and looking at the cast stone materials, heavier masonry, brick all the way almost up, some metal panels and aluminum windows. That's the good thing, is also we can do these with the concrete frame compared to if we were go with a wood frame. This is also looking down towards the lake, seeing the linear park, lining up with the balconies, and really nice visual connection between the Calhoun and the lake. Next, please. This is another one. Once we already walked down all the way to the park, and we are at the boardwalk looking at the building and the linear park. What we're introducing here is about 10-foot concrete sidewalk with additional 20 feet of a boardwalk. And we are planning to line up the entire frontage here with a retail that wrap around the corners. We would have retail also a little bit on a Calhoun Street with the lobby and others, so everything is activated. And the sides, like you see in the linear park, will be activated with the balconies, and there'll be eyes on the park. Next, please. This is just another views, and we can flip through the next 2 or 3 slides. This is just showing again the original concept with the massing and these east and west wings of the building with a void and a 1-story large the base that stretch around the boardwalk. That would be all retail, and hoping with the boardwalk connected and the walkway around the lake, we can bring a lot of people in, and we can create a very successful retail environment here. Next, please. This is just another view. We can go to another one, please. This actually shows how we step the building down towards the Halsey. Next, please. This view from the boardwalk. Yeah, this is the corner at the Halsey side, that is southeast corner of the building. And you can kind of see that we actually moved the building, the 8-story volume, away from the street and created about 18-foot volume that is about 40 feet tall. That would create more of a smaller scale building that would relate better to what's happening in Halsey, on the Halsey Boulevard further south. So we feel that this would be really nice activated corner, would bring people in, go through the boardwalk, doing the retail, absolutely minimize the amount of intrusions like the services and entrances. Next, please. These are just quick, some conceptual renderings. Now what we're showing, this is our main courtyard that would be elevated 20 feet above the retail facing the lake. Next, please. This is additional courtyard what we are creating above inside the building. That would be on the 7th and 8th floor. It won't be visible from the right of way at all, but it would create some kind of a nice small community there with about 20 to 30 units in there. Next, please. Next, please. This is a ground floor of this building with the retail in a beige color with the blue residential, and the lobby entrance at the corner, and the garage completely screened from with the other uses inside the building with back of the house services. And we were just providing one single curb cut that would serve loading services for retail and for residential, and also parking entrance for retail and for residential. So we try to minimize the curb cuts. Next, please. These are just quickly as sections going around the building. What we are providing on Calhoun Street based on these sections, and you see the section and the visual right next to it, about 13-foot landscape area, 10-foot sidewalk, and then we're providing additional 5'6" that could be a public-private space that can be used for landscaping, outdoor seating, and would be actually underneath the overhang, what you see that we show that actually will help with the scale of the building. And it creates kind of a little bit of a shelter almost for outdoor seating in this area. It widens the sidewalk from 10 to 15 feet and 6 inches. Next, please. This is just a quick section through the park. It's about 44 feet, as we mentioned before. It's all on our property with just the balcony, including a little bit into its space, but with some landscaping and hardscaping, and again, providing connection to the water. Next, please. Next, yes, thank you. This is a section at the water. So as we mentioned, that the building and the sidewalk, concrete sidewalk, is completely on our property. The building is set up 10 feet away from the property line, with the end, again, the cantilever piece going another 8 feet, and the 20-foot boardwalk that would be built over the Alberta about the Long Lake, and would be outside of our property. Next, please. This is the last section. This is just showing the Halsey Street side with about 10'6" sidewalk, and with additional landscape area for the trees, and potentially providing small outdoor seating. Next, please. These are, we can go very quickly through it. This is what I showed already. This is the ground floor. Next, please, of the building. This is a floor that would be on a second floor, which would have amenity area and retail, and it shows the completely encapsulated garage inside with some overall dimensions. Next, please. Can go another one. Next, please. This is a typical floor of the building. Once the building stacks back from the Halsey side, it would still have a garage in, and those units on that floor would have some terraces, but the building is becoming smaller footprint. Next, please. And this would be when the building actually starts to have, we'll show you the secondary courtyard that will be completely inside, not visible from right away, with additional units over the parking garage underneath, and the secondary courtyard with a smaller pool and amenity area. Next, please. This is just the upper floor that has a little setback on the south side, which would probably have a larger unit, but same as the floor before. Next, please. This is just the conceptual roof plan. Right now, we don't have a mechanical design for the building yet, but depends on the mechanical system. But this would be probably the most we would use on the roof from the mechanical standpoint, and showing some other elements that you normally have on the roof, like stairs and some elevator overruns. But this is pretty much the roof plan of the building. Next, please. This is just the conceptual section. The section goes from east to west, showing the public part relation to the building, see where the garage is, the upper courtyard, and what's happening, the setback on the Halsey side, and we step the building back towards from the street up. Next, please. This is, yeah, we can actually probably skip through these elevations right now because we just need the perspectives. You saw the materials. I mean, these are, we're going to be using cast stone, brick, metal panels, aluminum windows. So these would be really the elements on the building. This is Calhoun Street. Next, please. This is Halsey Boulevard side with a 4-story base, and then the building above it going additional 5 floors. Next, please. This is the lake side with the elevated courtyard and the retail and the boardwalk, and these 2 east and west wings. Next, please. And this is the last one. This is the park side with the balconies and again the building. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Go back one, please. Go back one slide. One more. It's going to be a like night shot. Yeah. So this is at the end of our presentation, and hopefully building will be, and the project will be active during the night and during the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we will have public comment, starting with our live public comment for anyone who's here. Mrs. Parrish.
Okay, we are going to be pulling Aaron Minigan, Justin Schwebler, and Philip Bridwell. So let's see who we have. I've got Aaron right here.
Okay, she's ready to go.
Aaron, can you hear us? Are you ready?
Yes, good evening. Erin Minigan with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society is in strong opposition to this proposal due to the height, scale, mass, and architectural direction. While we appreciate the applicant meeting with us several months ago, we have not received any recent communication and understand there has been no outreach to the neighborhood or community stakeholders on this current proposal. We appreciate the opportunity to work with project teams before a proposal advances to the board and find the most successful projects are those vetted through community collaboration. This proposal is fundamentally at odds with Charleston's unique architectural character and does not respond to the site or context. We are primarily concerned with the overwhelming mass of the building so close to Calhoun Street and scale of the structure in relation to the adjacent Charleston Village neighborhood. The building also feels like an exercise in compiling a multitude of materials and features without contemplating the big picture issue of height and mass appropriate for the site. This building is a box wrapped around a 6-story parking deck that turns its back on Calhoun Street. Architecturally, we do not feel this proposal is meritorious of the request for additional height. We do not find the points in the application, including the type of structural system or potential improvements to the lakefront, germane to the discussion of architectural merit. Having studied the site closely, we do not feel the current proposal is the right fit and believe a project in this location should instead do the following: better address Calhoun Street and provide greater relief to the street front by setting the building further back. Break the 250-foot long facade along Calhoun Street into modulated masses. Serve a transitional role between the hospital district and the Charleston Village neighborhood by meaningfully stepping down the height and massing toward the neighbors to the east. Utilize design, details, and materials that respond architecturally to Charleston and provide opportunity for strong, vibrant ground floor activation. Given the degree of restudy needed, we strongly feel this proposal cannot be tweaked or adjusted to allow it to move forward. Also, the overwhelming level of community opposition is one of the greatest we have ever seen on a single project and sends a loud message to the board that this project is wrong for Charleston. Let's show the community that our process supports it. We urge the board to deny this project as proposed and require a full reconsideration of the approach to better respond to the site, context, in Charleston. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron. Do we have Justin Schrebler?
Yes, this is Justin Schwebler with Historic Charleston Foundation. We adamantly oppose this project as submitted, not only for height, scale, mass, and architectural direction, but for our grave concerns for flooding and the potential impact this project might have on Charleston Village and the Calhoun West Basin. We first met with the applicants in December of 2020. Following that meeting, we had a number of recommendations about the height, scale, and mass of this project. We're disappointed that none of these comments or concerns were addressed by the new design of the structure, and therefore our stance remains the same. We're also very disappointed that the design team did not reach out to us before this submission. We're concerned that the breakdown in communication is indicative of how this developer and design team disregard the input from Charleston's preservation organizations, the neighborhood associations, and comments of the public. By noon today, there were nearly 70 comments submitted by concerned members of the public against this project. The developer's refusal to participate in constructive discourse and continual withdrawal of applications is indicative of their ambition to pass this project through on sheer attrition. Their own application states this property is located in the medical district of Charleston, which is incorrect. Although the former building on the site was a medical office, the parcel is a part of the Charleston Village subdivision and City Council District 8. Therefore, the development should look to serve the people of its neighborhood and especially listen to their concerns. This building is egregiously oversized for its location in Charleston Village and is insensitive to the 2- and 3-story residential neighborhood that it abuts. It has a monolithic, uninspired facade that follows the trend of economically driven design for housing structures built in cities all around the country. The addition of glass bays and a few porches is a token gesture and only adds to the overall massing of the structure instead of providing architectural merit to the building. On the rendering, there aren't even doors to access many of these glass bays, and the first floor cornice penetrates the walls and can be seen through the windows. It's clear that these have just been applied to the building to try and please the public through what the design team feels are Charlestonian. The design team is also asking for additional height for architectural merit, which we do not support, as the structure is already too tall as presented. DCS has also not provided sufficient justification for this additional height. We find that the site improvements along Long Lake do not justify an additional story to the project in lieu of improvement to the actual building. Again, we strongly recommend a complete rework of the massing of this structure, a reduction in height, especially along Halsey Boulevard, and a significant improvement in the design and articulation of the exterior envelope to better represent Charleston's unique and high-quality standard for architectural merit. With regards to the stormwater improvement plan, we're concerned that this project could have significant impact on flooding in the Calhoun West Basin and the adjacent streets in Charleston Village. Before the project proceeds in any fashion, an in-depth engineering analysis needs to be carried out to ensure that these improvements are in keeping with the recommendations of Dutch Dialogue's final report and will have a meaningful impact on mitigating flooding in Charleston Village and the medical district. Long Lake is part of the public realm and is an asset to the city of Charleston and its citizens. Should it be included as part of this project, there must be a significant public benefit and a reduced flooding and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwebler. Further live public comment.
And then Philip Bridwell, I'm looking for him. Linda, do you see him? I don't see him. I do not see Mr. Bridwell.
I do not see him either.
Okay, so we could do letters first.
That would be fine.
Okay, do you want me to read the letters?
Please.
Okay, I'll start reading letters. The first letter is from Leslie Turner of 76A Halsey Boulevard. Dear members of the BARL of Charleston, South Carolina, please accept this letter and commentary in staunch opposition to the proposed building at 295 Calhoun Street. I am one of the closest residents near this project as I live only a few hundred feet down Halsey Boulevard. The residents of Halsey Park enjoy a quiet existence as it is part of Charleston Village, a primarily residential neighborhood with small-scale 2- and 3-story homes. The Mason Preparatory School is down the street, so there are lots of children around, and we do have traffic backups twice a day. In reviewing the proposed plans for 295 Calhoun, the building is egregiously oversized for its location in Charleston Village. It is completely out of scale and is lacking any relation or sensitivity to the adjacent residential neighbor which surrounds it. It is way too large in terms of height, scale, and mass. Also, the design is simply ugly. We could be less blunt and say the design is uninspired, but it is ugly, cheap looking, and looks like it could be in Atlanta, Charlotte, or even Miami. This type of design is not welcome nor appropriate for Charleston. Charleston is special, and we do not want to turn into Anywhere USA. The design needs to be substantially improved, and the building must be substantially smaller in scale, especially along Halsey Boulevard. Other concerns regarding this project, this is kind of outside of purview, but they mention exacerbation of flooding. Flooding already exists in the medical district. They are, they don't want the project to proceed without an in-depth engineering analysis regarding its impact on localized flooding. Again, flooding. The city of Charleston is making considerable investments in the Dutch Dialogue's final report and has plans to improve drainage in the medical district. More studies must be done to ensure that the 295 Calhoun project does not counteract the recommendations and plans to mitigate flooding in this fragile basin. It is also concerning that in the renderings, there are little boats tied up at the dock at 295 Calhoun. Alberta Long Lake is a public asset for the city of Charleston and its residents. Any commercial activity on the lake should be scrutinized carefully and likely curtailed or eliminated completely. They mentioned traffic along the 2-lane Halsey Boulevard. Again, that's outside of purview, but there is a concern about traffic along with the school's the school's dismissal procedures. When coming into Charleston, one must be a good neighbor and seek to enhance the neighborhood, not completely ruin the character and infrastructure of the surroundings. The proposed structure at 295 Calhoun needs to be voted against, as it is not keeping with the surrounding neighborhood and is not welcome in Charleston Village. And then there's an email from Stephen Botcher who says he is a resident of Halsey Park. I completely support the email you received from Leslie Turner. Again, that was the letter I just read. The renderings of the Halsey Boulevard side of 295 Calhoun show an ugly parking garage, no effort to hide or soften what it is. When I look at the Jasper, it is difficult to determine where the parking garage is. The current renderings show no respect for the Halsey Boulevard neighborhood. That was Stephen Botcher of 74 Halsey Boulevard. And then also there is an email from Earl Peter. He is from 76C Halsey Boulevard. I'm sorry, his name is Peter M. Earl. And he also echoes what the first letter from Leslie Turner states. He has used the same letter. Okay. The next one is from Spencer Lynch of 72 Halsey Boulevard. I am writing a comment as a current home property owner located at 72 Halsey Boulevard. I am well aware that the 295 Calhoun location is zoned for the appropriate height of any structure. However, I have several concerns relative to the current submission for this project.
And
Number
not to
one,
interrupt you, Tori, but
Yeah.
just noting and also making progress with the meeting, it would appear to be that items 1 and 2 are not germane. So
thank you.
3.
You got ahead of me.
Looks like
Good.
item 3. Yeah.
Perfect. Number 3, design. Even though this is located in the medical district, it is on the south side of Calhoun. The design needs to better reflect the neighborhood feel as it encroaches upon our homes that are located directly across the street on Halsey. The setbacks on Halsey and Calhoun need to be limited to a 3-story structure with height limited to the middle of the structure that reflects most high rises in Charleston. If this gets approved as currently submitted, what is there to prevent same structures on the south side of Calhoun from Halsey to Rutledge Avenue in the future? I believe number 4 is, would you agree that's outside?
I do. It's not germane.
Number 5, Alberta Long Lake and pedestrian access on Halsey. There are relatively no continuous sidewalks on Halsey. As an owner on Halsey, I constantly see people walking on the street. The developer stated that a pathway will be added to the Halsey Boulevard side of the lake. However, this needs a complete study and implementation plan coordinated by the city and developer before any structure is completed. A dirt pathway is not a solution. Are there any landscape plans? This is a true safety issue as I see on a daily basis. That is from Spencer J. Lynch. The next email is from Marianne Poole. My understanding of this proposal is that it is 8 stories high. It is also a maximum build of lot crowded to the sidewalk. This is changing the character of the Charleston neighborhood to be like the medical district. I have watched what happened when a new type of development crosses into a new block in Boston. It's used as a precedent for more. I strongly advocate against this. The character of development must be consistent with the resident feel of Charleston Village, even when allowing a commercial building along Calhoun. Homeowners in Charleston, like myself, have made too many costly compromises to preserve neighborhood character in support of the BAR's efforts for historic preservation to let this kind of thing stand. That is Marianne Poole of 78 Vanderhorst Street. And then this letter is from Carter Hudgens. He is writing on behalf of the Charleston Village Association. Dear members of BARL, we write to you today on behalf of the Charleston Village Association to convey our opposition to the height, scale, and massing of the apartment building proposed for 295 Calhoun Street by developer SC Calhoun LLC. HVA's, Charleston Village Association, HVA's board met via Zoom to discuss this project with representatives of SC Calhoun in February. We regret that the developer appears not to have acted on the concerns we expressed then. We respectfully request that you deny this project on the grounds that, as proposed, the building is too tall, its footprint too broad, and its mass too great for the site. The context for this building includes a surface parking lot to the west, low-scale buildings to the east, Alberta Satili Long Lake to the south, and Roper Hospital to the north. The Calhoun Street corridor study conducted in the 1990s encouraged new high-rise development along Calhoun Street, but did so by encouraging buildings the height of Roper Hospital, a structure whose setback from the street and massing strike us as appropriate for this project. It is our opinion that this proposal fails to consider and to respond to its context, a broad failing that informs our opinion about the building's height, scale, and mass. We respectfully submit that the proposed building is at 8 stories too tall. As proposed, the building rises to 8 stories on its Calhoun Street face, too imposing, too looming, too ominous to be a good neighbor to Roper Hospital and to the neighborhood to its south. It is our opinion that, as proposed, the building also fails to demonstrate that its design possesses the architectural merit required to gain approval for an additional floor. Discussion of additional floors must wait until the project provides a clearer direction of how it answers to its context, its choice of materials, and reconsideration of the current blocky massing of the building. The proposed design builds out to the current sidewalk made by this project too narrow to provide pedestrian separation from the traffic which rushes past the site. Setting the proposed building back from Calhoun Street will alleviate the visual canyon effect that regrettably has become common along Charleston's narrow sidewalks. Step backs from the fourth story upward would also do much to bring the design into greater compatibility with its surroundings. We suggest that restudy of the building also consider stepping the building back from the Halsey Boulevard facade. The Halsey Boulevard face of the building as proposed does include a at a step back, but as presented, this 3-story bump out does little to alleviate the imposing mass of the building that faces east in our neighborhood. We also submit that the architectural direction of the proposed building is out of character with its surroundings. We respectfully also request the restudy of this project reconsider how the proposed building intrudes into the linear park proposed to the west side of the complex. Aligned to an occupying space that is essentially an extension of existing Courtney Street, this amenity should be restudied so that the park provides a more generous area for residents of the proposed complex, for pedestrians who use park for access to Long Lake, and to provide separation from the surface parking lot that now occupies the parcel directly to the west of this project.
Tori, the next paragraph's not germane.
Thank you.
You can skip it.
Okay. The site of this proposed building at the northern end of Long Lake sits athwart ancient marsh drainage channels and former marshlands now paved by Calhoun Street and the street system that opens into the campuses of Roper St. Francis Hospital and the Medical University of South Carolina. This area important.
Tori, I'm also going to rule this one.
Thank you. We fear that the large building proposed for 295 Calhoun Street will exacerbate what is already a worsening situation. We recognize that while there was not much pervious surface around the building now removed that occupied the site, there was some. There will, except for the small planting beds that are proposed along the so-called linear park along the west side of the building, be no pervious surfaces on the site if this building proceeds in the direction now proposed. In sum, it is our opinion that the proposal fails to be compatible with its immediate surroundings and architectural reference points, and that its height, scale, and mass must be restudied. We ask that the board deny this proposal. Yours sincerely on behalf of Charleston Village Association, Carter L. Hudgens, 70 Bull Street.
Thank you. That was quite a marathon.
That was the letters.
No further letters. I will go to online comments. Ms. Parrish, if you'll just direct me to the last name of the submitting party, I will review those comments.
All right, and Mr. Chair, all of the comments that I'm going to direct you to are shaded in green.
Yes.
So we can go through, I can call a name, or if you have them up and you want to go through the green ones, then I'm going to backtrack and make sure we hit them all.
Okay.
Do that.
The first one, at least as I see it, is Mr. Langdon Hartsock.
Yes.
The project is too large for the site. It will overwhelm the area with a massive structure. Calhoun Street will feel like a canyon. Streetscape will be altered into a cold urban environment, and local neighborhood will be impacted by an overwhelming structure. One needs only see and appreciate the mass of the Jasper as an example of overbuilding. This project needs to be rejected and start over with less mass and more appeal to local history and environment. The next comment is Sarah Call.
Yes.
This project is massive and inappropriate to the scale of the neighborhood. The architecture is bland and cheap looking in contrast to the mature traditional style of the neighborhood. It should be scaled way back and redesigned to be more pleasing. Laura Ellen Truelove. I live in Charleston Village and oppose the height, scale, and mass of this building, which does not fit our neighborhood. Please reject this proposal. Elizabeth Cahill. Please deny this project and send it back for total re-examination and overhaul. Far from deserving an additional 8th floor for architectural merit, this project is not worthy of Charleston. The mass is overwhelming, especially so close to Calhoun Street. Along with the mass, height, and scale are widely out of context with adjacent Charleston Village neighborhood. It is an attempt to cloak this project within the mantle of Charleston's architectural heritage. It is a failure. The juxtaposition of pictures of the Mills House, the People's Building, and several South of Broad houses with the proposed design convey the inappropriateness of the whole project. Please deny this application. Catherine Evans. I oppose this project. Its bulk and lack of character speak. Well, will impose on the neighborhood. I would specifically call for improved site planning that provides greater relief to Calhoun Street, height, scale, and mass that are appropriate for the Halston Village neighborhood, design and details that respond architecturally to Charleston. This building could be anywhere from Dallas to Charlotte. Promise to apply high quality, authentic materials, strong, vibrant ground floor activation that contributes positively to the pedestrian experience along Calhoun Street. Jenny Bush, please deny this application. Not only is the 8th floor devoid of architectural merit, the lower 7 floors are as well. The height, even at 7 stories, massing scale are inappropriate for this location. Architectural direction is any town USA, may be functional but lacks any reference to Charleston's architectural heritage or geographic location. Some modern design, such as the Children's Hospital, appropriately honors harbors, rivers, and seaports. Some modern design incorporates or references classical architecture. This design respects and celebrates only utilitarian maximalization of rentable space. Adding yet another massive and high density building. I'm going to rule the rest of that not germane. Margaret Garrett, 295 Calhoun Street is totally out of proportion for this area of Charleston. Continued approval of massive buildings in and near the historic buildings is destroying architectural beauty and the unique culture that once made Charleston livable and desirable. Urge you to reject this building for its out of place scale. Margaret Peary, too large, architecturally not up to Charleston standards. This is on the residential side of Calhoun, encroaching on the Halston Village neighborhoods. this is an area that is already over. I'm going to rule that not germane. And the rest of the comment not germane. Jane, that was Miss Jillich. Covered her. Timothy Lyons, this building's out of character for the neighborhood, enormously disproportionate size. It is generic, uninteresting architectural design, adding nothing, diluting the unique character of Charleston. This is a unique waterside, high visibility site. If we're unable to do the right and visionary thing, let's do better than this. Ellie Lipschitz, this project should be reevaluated. It's too large and bulky, and an 8th floor should not be allowed. Catherine Cox, this is grotesquely out of scale, inappropriate to our residential neighborhoods, trafficking. I'm going to rule that not germane. Sally Smith, we live on Halsey Street. We strongly recommend limiting the size of this proposed building. It will clearly set off a cascade of giant buildings abutting our neighborhood. We oppose this project and feel it should be limited to 4 stories in keeping with the neighborhood. Sally Webb, this proposal remains out of scale for Calhoun Street, Halston Village, and Long Lake. I still maintain property to be, that's not germane. The building's too massive and too close to the street. It is out of character with the residential area of Halston Village, south of Calhoun. I oppose this project. Ledley Bell, the rendering makes it clear this building does not belong in such a prominent place on Calhoun. Roper and MUSC are trying to make their medical districts, I'm going to rule that not germane. Go back to the drawing board. Sydney Derrick, I'm asking you to deny conceptual approval for this mixed-use project. It is too large in this area, both in height and impact to the neighborhood. Building of this scale could increase even more, according to Historic Charleston Foundation. Stephanie Harth, as a resident of Halston Village, I oppose the motion to build this massive structure. Elizabeth Harding, Charleston will lose more of its charm if another massive structure like this is approved in the peninsula. It has no Charleston charm. Its high profile looms over the street, will dwarf the nearby neighborhood, will not age well. Amber Guyton, as a resident of Halston Village, I oppose this project on height. And rest not germane. Elizabeth Dahl, strongly oppose the design based on height, scale, and mass, the impact on the adjacent neighborhood. Going to rule the rest not germane. John Liebergall, the city has already allowed far too many buildings that do not fit the character of the city, and this one will have an adverse effect on the neighborhood. The rest is not germane. Sarah Marshall, I oppose this project for several reasons, including but not limited to impact on neighboring villages. The rest is not germane. Kat Willett, strongly opposed to this development, among other concerns like scale and aesthetics. This project does not appear to be well considered or thoughtfully designed in regards to the city or its environment. Valerie Weber, I oppose this project. Sarah Beardsley, excuse me. The project is wildly out of scale for the neighborhood and is not in keeping with the style of architecture that Charleston is known for. MUSC has already built several high rises in the neighborhood. This is not an excuse to continue the trend. I implore the BAR to apply the same level of rigor to reviewing critically the large projects that are applied to individual homeowners such as myself. Jenny McKay, why in the world would Charleston allow such a large building on this part of Calhoun Street? It does not fit with the general area, will create another eyesore for visitors that approach Charleston. The entire project needs to be scaled way back, so the rest is not germane. Laura Porzinski. It is inconsistent with the historical town's aesthetic and viewpoint. I'm going to rule the rest not germane. Robin Hesge. As a former resident of Charleston Village, this monstrosity does not fit into the lovely historic I think she meant neighborhood. The size overwhelms nearby homes. The rest is not germane. Philip Falzoni. It is distressing to see these huge projects be built. The rest is not germane. Lindsay Pennell, the size and scale of this project is too large and will ruin the charm of the historic neighborhood. Rest is not germane. Lynn, no, we did Miss Hanlon. John Lemaster, the building is too tall, blocky, and has no elements to make it fit in with historic Charleston character. It will create, that's not germane. This project must be rejected and sent back to the drawing board for complete redesign. Lynn Hanlon, this building is too massive and out of scale with neighboring Charleston Village. Also, the proposed materials are inferior for the location in the historic district. I feel the project should be rethought and redesigned. This project as presented does not meet criteria to merit additional floor. The building is overwhelmingly big for its immediate neighbors and the neighborhood in general. Kelly Gilmore. I don't see a part of that comment that's germane. Elizabeth Greenhall. This design feels and looks like new growth without considering the history and lasting impact of further developments in the same design. It's not welcoming the historic charm of Charleston. The rest is not germane. Paula Necht, I oppose this project. It is entirely too tall and too big for the area. And Jonathan Jackson's comment as to all of these, the new philosophy of every square inch of real estate being covered by the biggest building possible needs to end. All these projects fit Charlotte rather than Charleston. There's not a drop of merit among the four, this being one of the four as previously stated. The rest is not germane. Terry Augera. I'm going to rule that not germane. Julie Hill, I oppose this project due to its height scale, due to its size, height, and location. The size of the building is completely out of scale for Charleston Village. Catherine Sluter, the massive structure is too large, too ugly, and not needed. It is too tall. The rest is not germane. Allison Petrie, this building should not be built in Charleston. It does not fit the architectural style of Charleston. Melissa Griffith, eyesore, ruining neighborhoods. These big box projects, I'm going to the rest of that, not germane. Ashley Peabody, strongly oppose this development, not only because of its size and it not being aesthetically pleasing. She's an property owner on B Street. The rest of the comment is not germane. Jack Hannigan, grew up, still live blocks away. Project is way too large on too small a street. Kay Clark, the mass of the building of large and too dense structures in the downtown area is changing the dynamic of which was a charming city. The rest is not germane. Amy Warder, vote against the proposal of this large development. The rest is not germane. Flannery Wood, please consider denying the request for mixed-use development at 295 Calhoun Street. This development will negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood. The rest is not germane. Stephanie Wilson Gentile, please consider the neighborhood and its aesthetics as you review the proposal. The proposed building is a monstrosity, out of character with what Charleston stands for. If we wanted to live amongst gargantuan buildings, we would have stayed in the Northeast. Pat Pollard, I'm opposed to the development plan for 295 Calhoun Street. The design is too large in scale for the lot. The building is too tall, looming over the roadway and the lake. Please maintain appropriate scale in proportion to the lot. And rule the rest not germane. Allison Owings, this massive construction mixed-use developments must be stopped. It's ruining the skyline. The rest is not germane. Kimberly Rodriguez, please do not allow this project to proceed. It will have I'm going to rule the rest of the comment not germane. Susan Bridwell, I oppose the structure that has been proposed for this address. Rest is not germane. Sandy Earl, opposed. This site is located in a historic district neighborhood. Not only is the building design inappropriate for the district, we're going to disregard the rest. Danielle McClure, please oppose this building of mixed-use development. Not only the structure be too tall for the area, I'm going to rule the rest not germane. Suzanne Ekamindia Worth, I'm absolutely opposed to the development at 295 Calhoun Street. Not only does it not meet the overlying historical district's aesthetics of the Charleston area peninsula, it will have a significant impact to the adjacent medical district. I'm concerned the development of the size was significant. Well, that's not germane. Rule it not germane. K, the initial K West, this monstrosity of a complex in no way belongs in Charleston Village. There's not an iota of architectural merit that should grant an additional story of height on a building that is already overwhelming neighboring buildings. The design is nothing unique to Charleston. It can be in Atlanta, Charlotte, or any other major metropolis outside Peninsula Charleston. Patricia Pazanella, I'm opposed to the current proposal for development at 295 Calhoun Street. Christy Maida, City of Charleston is known for charm and character. People will stop visiting here if you allow buildings like this to be built over the city. I'm going to, BAR should not allow this to pass as it will affect the aesthetic of this great city. Rule the rest not germane. Elizabeth Berry, as preservationist, College of Charleston graduate, and former intern with HCF, I'm writing to comment that this project should not move forward until its scope is greatly reduced. It would have an immediate negative impact based on height, scale, and mass and proximity to Halston Village and MUSC. Lynn Shan does not fit the character of the area. It will rule the rest is not germane. Millicent Jeter, please do not build that enormous concrete structure at 295 Calhoun Street. It's very fragile as it is. I'm going to say the rest is not germane. Sarah Cedarholm, this is a complete eyesore. It will detract from the charm of historic Charleston. The rest is not germane. Edie Douglas, do not support this building. Too many big buildings. Ashley McLaughlin, we are requesting denial based on height, scale, mass, and impact to the adjacent neighborhood. Rest is not germane. Dan McLaughlin. Rule the rest not germane. Lee Hudson, this building is completely wrong for this area and the medical district. The rest is not germane. Judy Bleeker, I agree with the position of the Preservation Society. Rest is not germane. Missy Truitt, Charleston must continue to maintain highest architectural standards in order to preserve and maintain one of the country's true historic treasures. Buildings like this are obviously a departure from past standards and will only lead to further decline in the charm and appeal. Charleston has long been recognized and praised for commitment to city's architectural integrity and having the ability to subtly integrate new construction amongst historic buildings. This is not one of those times. There's a better place for such a building, but not on Calhoun Street. The rest of the substantial comment is not germane. John Young, I object to the design of 295 Calhoun Street. Design, given its adjacency to Halston Village, is overwhelming in height, scale, and mass. The design offers no architectural merit to deserve an extra floor. More considerate. The site deserves more open public space to help transition between the hospital district and Halston Village. I say defer this application for further study. Nancy Feinberg, please do not approve this project. The rest is not germane. Will Nichols, as resident of nearby Halston Village, part of that's not germane. Furthermore, the scale of this project seems disproportionately large for being so close to and visible from my neighborhood. An additional story is going in the wrong direction. Teresa Smythe. I'm submitting this comment on behalf of the Charlestown Neighborhood Association. We usually do not weigh in on projects outside our neighborhood. However, we believe this project sets a bad precedent. We support the position taken by the Preservation Society of Charleston. Asks that BAR help deny this project as proposed. Joe Cristaldi, it is extremely concerning that plans for major high-rise is not germane, but is being considered. This building, I'm going to rule that not germane. Spencer and Liz Lynch, I'm writing to comment as current property owner at 72 Halsey Boulevard. I'm well aware that 295 Calhoun is zoned for the appropriate height of any structure. However, I have several concerns related to that. First comment's about drainage. It's not germane. Second comment is project.
I think this is a copy of the letter that I read.
Okay, thank you so much. You're right. We've had a lot of it. The next comment is Marie Turner. Dear members of the BARL, please accept this letter of strong opposition to the proposed building at 295 Calhoun. I live a block away on Berry Street. The residents of Halsey Park take pride in our charming community in the Halston Village, which is primarily a residential neighborhood with small scale of 2 or 3 story homes. Mason Prep School is less than 3 blocks down the street. .295 Calhoun proposed building is an eyesore and gigantic for its location in Halston Village. It is out of scale and lacking any relation or sensitivity to the adjacent residential neighborhood that surrounds it. It is far too large and overbearing in terms of height, scale, and mass. Each and every neighbor we speak to about the project has very strong negative opinions. Please vote against it. Peter and Sandy Earl. Dear members of the BARL, please accept this letter and commentary in staunch opposition to the project 295 Calhoun. We are some of the closest residents to the project. We live only a few hundred feet south on Halsey Boulevard. Residents of Halsey Park enjoy, well, that's livability, so it's not germane. In reviewing proposed plans for 295 Calhoun, the building is egregiously oversized for its location in Halston Village. It is out of scale and has a lack of sensitivity to adjacent residential neighborhood. In terms of height, scale, and mass, it is simply ugly. Cannot be less blunt than say this is uninspired, but it is ugly and could be in Atlanta, Charlotte, or even Miami. The design needs to be substantially improved and the building must be substantially smaller in scale, especially along Halsey Boulevard. I'm going to rule the rest is not germane. Nancy Buchanan, I live at 68 Montague Street. In the 11 years we've lived here and seen changes, construction improvements to the residential quality of the neighborhood. The full effect of the Sergeant Jasper has not yet been felt. Rule that the rest of that's not germane. The proposed Calhoun Street monster building and entire project is hard and inappropriate for a residential neighborhood, huge, too tall, and unattractive. Going to rule the rest not germane. Lastly, Frederick Fowler. The building's height, scale, and mass is inappropriate given the adjacency to Halston Village and that it is a gateway site. This building will be the dominant scene from all angles across Alberta's Tilly Lake. The extra requested floor is only allowed when architectural merit justifies this. The building is architecturally inferior and does not include architectural elements of the city of Charleston. I'm going to rule the rest to be not germane. And does that complete the public remarks to so far as it's come to your attention, Mrs. Perry?
That completes all the public remarks that I have seen.
Thank you for bearing with me
Good job.
in that marathon, but it's important to get the public commentary and the record to the extent that it is germane and relevant to the purview of this board.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. That was awesome.
So we now move to city staff comments and recommendations.
Okay, it's my turn again. I'm going to start with some observations while we pull up the slide, but the applicant is seeking approval for an additional story based on architectural merit and context. The additional story as proposed would result in 7 feet of additional height. Architectural merit is defined in our ordinance section 54.305 as a project that reflects exemplary architectural and urban design, utilizes the highest level of materials and finishes, and contributes to the public realm as outlined in the BAR principles. As part of the project, the applicant is proposing a number of public improvements, including a linear park with a dedicated public easement, a walking trail around Alberta Long Lake, area stormwater improvements, and a boardwalk along Alberta Long Lake. It must be clear that while the public realm improvement projects are yet to be fully vetted, Staff finds that this project is ready for conceptual review. An approval would be conditioned with these improvements. This location is unique. The juxtaposition between the medical district and Charleston Village places it between two areas of very different character and architectural languages. The project should provide a balance and transition between the Roper Hospital across Calhoun Street, which is 7 stories on a slightly higher grade, and the more residential areas to the east and south. Last, there are some differences noticed between the plans and the renderings. Our comments are directed to the renderings and colored elevations. We are aware and we believe the conceptual review can be performed at this time with these subtle differences. Okay. Number 1, continue to work with the City of Charleston and other applicable agencies regarding the proposed public improvements. Prior to submitting for BAR preliminary review, the applicant must make additional progress on the design and review through the city's technical review committee and design review committee. Number 2, a stone base should be incorporated to ground the building. The base should fully incorporate the first and second floors for a better proportion on the building. The trim at the top of the 3rd floor could be omitted if desired. A stone base would provide a transition to the ground plane for the currently cantilevered brick masses above. This base may be limestone or acid etched precast that strongly resembles limestone. This would strengthen the project's seeking of architectural merit by utilizing the highest level of materials. Number 3, use the stone base to provide symmetry to the corner entry as evident in the referenced imagery of a Charleston chamfered corner entry. Number 4, many portions of the building are cantilevered. The cantilevered portions should consistently be of the glass and metal language for a lighter perception. These materials are consistent with the medical district. As evidenced in the referenced image of the Mills House, cantilevered balconies are lighter in weight with heavier opaque materials composing the main grounded portion of the building. Number 5, study the color of the metal portions. The darker color provides a heaviness and potential prominence to the 8th floor. Number 6, at the northeast corner entry, provide dimensions to the proposed canopy precisely for its depth. Number 7, while the 8th floor roof overhang has been pulled back somewhat, study additional ways that the balcony partition wall at the 7th floor, at the 8th floor, no, that's right, the 7th floor facing the lake can be de-emphasized. At the 7th floor facing the lake, if a solid glass guardrail system is proposed, study ways to provide a top or cornice to the cantilevered portions. Number 9, provide a street section through Calhoun to show the grade and building masses along the north of the street with Roper Hospital's proximity to the street and setbacks. Number 10, at the east, the proposal makes a 3-story gesture to the pedestrian quality and scale of Halsey Boulevard, which is appreciated. However, this 3-story mass lies anywhere from 2 feet to 20 feet off the main portion of the building, with plan dimensions indicating it maxing out at 17 foot 2 inches. Some planar articulation or parapet height changes might bring a dynamic element to this facade. Recessing this mass from Calhoun might give it more definition and depth at its thinnest point. Study this mass for the next submittal. Number 11, BAR staff encourage pulling the building facade from Calhoun Street a few more feet to better utilize and protect the outdoor seating areas from the fast-paced and wide autocentric nature of Calhoun Street. Study the location of the right-of-way with the proposed widening of Calhoun. Number 12, provide distinct and well-detailed cornices at the 7th and 8th floors to help define the tripartite system found on most Charleston buildings, which consists of a base, center, and top. As an alternative, consider treating the whole 8th floor as a cornice. Number 13, regarding fenestration, the single window width opening with spandrel panels between floors is only evident at the center of the south elevation and should be updated for more consistency. Number 14, the section on page 53, this is the streetscape section through Halsey Boulevard, depicts no space for greenery or foundation plantings between the building and sidewalk on the Halsey side. Because residential units will be placed at the ground floor, we encourage planting strips here if these can be incorporated. And staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff comments.
Thank you, Mrs. Parrish.
Thank you.
The applicant now has an opportunity to respond if they so choose.
Thank you very much. We would like to respond first to just comments that were received for flooding and to the public improvement to the park. We do have letters from city staff that are in support of these improvements, and we will commit to continuing to work with city staff. Also, as it relates to flooding, we do have to reduce stormwater runoff by 20% by
Mr. Long, if I can stop you there, we'll let you go into that during your initial presentation.
Okay.
That is beyond the purview of this board, and the same way that I limited public comments as related to flooding or traffic, I'd ask you to do the same.
Yes, sir. As it relates to project style, we have very thoughtfully designed this project to have a residential feel that transitions from the medical district, which we are located in. And what we studied Halsey, we see that there's 10 to 20 houses on Halsey Boulevard that are in direct view of the site. Comments related to height and mass, we feel this is a fundamental zoning issue more so than a topic for tonight. We are zoned in the 7-story height district, and again, we're only asking for 7 feet. We have provided, as a result of meetings from historical Charleston, from the Preservation Society, and from the neighborhood, we have provided vertical and horizontal relief, particularly on Calhoun Street and Halsey Boulevard. There were comments on the fronts, on the setback and sidewalk on Calhoun. We are improving this with a 13-foot landscape strip versus the roughly 3 feet that are there now, and a much wider sidewalk of 10 feet. Thirdly, we have met with our neighbors on the other side of Calhoun, both Roper and MUSC, and MUSC in particular has expressed a strong need for housing in close proximity to the hospital, which we have recognized that need and hope to have them as our main one of our main clients. And finally, as it relates just to the front comment on the cantilever and the front and the base, that is that was studied. We went back and forth. We were aware of comments from Tori and Lawrence. We ultimately decided that the cantilever provided a better pedestrian experience on Calhoun, and thus went with the cantilever along Calhoun. Jan, do you have anything?
Yeah, I think with again going back to the cantilever, I think what we did was we are providing the required 10-foot sidewalk for this specific height, building height, but we felt that we would like to get additional space to that, to widening the sidewalk up to 15 and a half feet, which in some areas can be that 5-foot strip can be either landscape, but on the other can be used also outdoor seating or as a wider sidewalk. So we would provide a lot more wider sidewalk and the public space that we would be required to up to minimum 10-foot sidewalk. So we feel that the cantilever also create protection and visually opens up that space more.
Okay, thank you both. We will now move to board discussion and a potential vote. What do my fellow board members have to say regarding the 295 Calhoun Street proposals?
Okay, this is Leon Scott, and just a couple of things that I saw. I'm in agreement with many of the comments in terms of the mass and height, and I don't think it fits necessarily into the Charleston style, and I don't. It's just not. It just doesn't. It's big. The height really is. I think stands out more than anything. And somebody, it was suggested it has a residential feel. It doesn't have a residential feel as far as I'm concerned. I have a real problem with beyond. I had to have a real problem with approval on this one. I think this needs to go back and be restudied for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Further board commentary.
I'll jump in. This is Eddie Fava. I had not seen this prior, and I'm not sure if it's been prior or not, but of the things that are being offered as far as improvements with flooding and water management and the improvements around the lake, all of those are positive. The anomaly here is, and I keep scrolling to another screen here that I have Google Earth up on, and the map is the fact that the medical district that you're relating to, in my opinion, is not the portion of the city that you should take as the primary reference. It's definitely the residential area. And when you look at that Google Earth map, you see the map of the mass of all of the medical buildings, which are directly across the street from the site. But that little 3 or 4 lane Calhoun Street that's happening right there on the opposite side, it's a significantly different scale. And the height, scale, and mass of what's being proposed here, just respectfully, is inappropriate. And it's understood that zoning allows an envelope for you to work within, but I don't think it guarantees it. And that's what is up to the board. And respectfully to Mr. Long and your co-presenter, I agree with my fellow board member that the reference to it having a residential feel, it doesn't. And as a transitional element to the neighborhood, it doesn't do that either. And if I could ask staff, I know y'all have been here and at this longer than I have, but just this evening, but flip back to page 29 of the applicant's presentation. Sorry if y'all will be patient with me. I know that's up a little bit.
Sure.
Because often we hear so often in our presentations, gateway to Charleston, and here Calhoun Street corridor. I don't think the corridor feel is something we want to encourage, but as a gateway to Charleston on the page 29, yes, sir. It's not welcoming. It's not appropriate, and the Charleston Village neighborhood immediately to the right upon entry is obviously evident because there's nothing of that scale on that side. With relationship to the additional floor being requested, again, respectfully, that's granted on the architectural merit. The improvements that you're proposing for the lake and the path are welcome. The drainage are welcome, but I don't think it's warranted with the merit. The next slide, page 30, please, Lawrence. Similarly, I mean, again, I say respectfully because I don't want to sound jerky, but I mean, there's the scale of it is just absolutely massive, and you don't even see Roper on the opposite side of the street there, which sets much further back and is less in height. There have been efforts to modulate it in the vertical plane as you walk around the structure, and I think it's telling again that the element that the applicants have tried to present is the most successful elevation is the rear, where the least amount of mass, for lack of a better word, because it's carved out in the center. But the height, scale, and mass just seem incredibly inappropriate for this location. It is filling the entire envelope, and I'll just reiterate again that I understand zoning allows an envelope for that to work within here. But again, when you look at that Google Earth map or just the regular site plan map, this is something that hops across the street. And I understand you're trying to take advantage of that and relate to the medical university, but it should be relating to the neighborhood. So,
thank you, Mr. Fava. Further board comment?
This is Luda Sobchuk. The public outcry is just overwhelming and very appropriate. And I cannot say better than Eddie just said about this building in location where it is. It's massive. Residential. If it's residential feel, it's not Charleston residential feel by far. It's very cold and flat. And yes, improvements of the flood issues and public parks and things like that is very welcoming, but at the same time, it's not balancing what is presented here as a design of the building. It just fills up the property from rim to rim without any relief. So I I don't think this presentation is ready for conceptual approval at all.
Thank you, Ms. Sobchak. Further board commentary.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I, with your permission, would like to confirm my support for the comments that have made by Eddie, Luda, and Leon, and offer a motion.
I'll be glad to entertain a motion at this time. If you would like to make it, Mr. Metters.
I would make a motion to deny the request for conceptual approval for new construction with all comments that have been made.
One moment. Mr. Metters, your motion, as I have written it down, is that you move to deny conceptual approval for new construction at 295 Calhoun Street as proposed, incorporating all comments of board and staff.
Yes,
I
sir.
will second.
We have a second from Ms. Sobchak. I will proceed to call the roll. Mr. Fava, how do you vote on this, on the motion?
I in favor.
Mrs. Sobchak, how do you vote on the motion?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Scott, how do you vote on the motion?
Yay in favor.
Mr. Metters, how do you vote on the motion?
Yay in favor.
And I'll vote yay in favor as well. So that is a unanimous vote for the motion to deny conceptual approval for new construction at 295 Calhoun Street as proposed, incorporating all comments of board and staff. I want to thank the applicants for their presentation, and I would strongly encourage them to look to the community, our constituent groups, and the comments of the board for future development on this project. I also want to take a moment of personal privilege and thank the staff and board for their patience in proceeding through tonight's voluminous docket and with very significant projects. That being said, Mrs. Parrish, do we have any further agenda items this evening?
We do not.
Mr.
Chairman,
do you have any housekeeping matters for us?
No, I would like to personally thank the board for all their hard work.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you.
Indeed, thank you.
It's my pleasure. It was a long night, but
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night.
you too, Lewis.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all for your hard work. Well, I look forward to seeing you, hopefully in person.
Night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.